Oh, looks like I'm live. I lost my voice, so we're gonna try to figure this stuff out. I'm just gonna change up that thumbnail, update thumbnail, untitled design. There we go. All right, so we live and completely impromptu. Mm. Oh, pimple here. I hate that. What's going on, Mario? I'm gonna let people fall in a little bit. I'm gonna also do a little a live stream on it here. A little what's it called Instagram post, and then I can start because a lot of stuff happened and I'm tired. Where is it? Audio still working? Oh, also let me know if the audio works because I tend to mute my microphone quite a bit. Hang on one sec. Mark Stone. I hate that you have to do this like after it's already live to get the link and stuff down. But let me know, sound off in the chat where you're from, where you hail from, and also what's exciting this week. I mean, like, there's not a lot of things where like my world is shattered, and I need to go and get stuff, but I'm excited for everybody else that's like interested in the things that have come out. Just doing one more Instagram post and then we'll start bugging. Too many cameras, not enough money. Nah, I feel that. I feel that. Honestly, like even as somebody where like this is low key my job, um, I couldn't keep up. Like I've been at Sony Condo for the whole week, and like as stuff is coming up, I'm like, I've watched maybe 8 minutes of the Peter McKinnon video. I maybe saw about the first 5 minutes of the Apple keynote, and I haven't seen anything else. Oh, Hamilton, Ontario, what up? The Steel City. The Ticats used to. When I went to Guelph, the Ticats had to use our stadium for a little while. But that's cool. Also, the sharpening in this camera is so much that my skin looks horrible. And like look, I look sick. Let me see if I can change the white balance in this. Nope, that makes it worse. But yeah, so this is kind of more of a chill session, more of a chill chat, impromptu live stream. But we've had a lot of stuff come up in the last little bit. I did get to use a Nikon ZR. Let me see if I could like pull it up because I'm still making proxies for this video. In about like maybe 20 minutes, I have some like Nikon ZR beside the FX3 that I'm working on a video for that should come out tomorrow, but you guys will get to see some of that stuff early. But a lot of freaking stuff came out, and I don't like. I genuinely don't even know everything. So if there's stuff that you're interested in and like what you're excited for, let me know because like I generally don't know. We'll see what the Raptor XE is. Also, sorry, I lost my voice, so if I sound weird, that's on me. But from what I understand, and I don't even know, man. Like, let me. I know that they released a new Raptor, and I guess it's to more in line with like where Nikon's going with making things acceptable, not acceptable, making things affordable. And what they're basically doing, and I think that they're doing this with the Raptor XE, is they're not going to change the outright price of the Red Raptor. I think they're trying to like leave Red to do Red things. They're trying to like make sure that they don't diminish like the Red name by making everything like half the price, but releasing a camera with a little bit more hamstring features while having the same body and same everything else. You're able to justify having a lower price, right? Like the Raptor XE is essentially the 8K full frame 60 frames a second. Yeah, it goes 60 frames a second, 6K at 80, 5K 96, 4K. So the dynamic range and a lot of the things are kind of the same. Still does ProRes 444 up to 120 frames a second. It has everything else that the Red Raptor has. Let me just kind of open up what the Red Raptor is. Red Raptor. So the Red Raptor is twice the price, but it also I think it's like AK-120 or yeah, it is AK-120. So like where they're trying to skimp down on prices and kind of gatekeep some features is to justify having a lower price to get people into the red Nikon name rather than trying to keep it the same price. And like 30 grand now for a camera is kind of it used to not be a lot, but it's a frig load now. So hey Thomas, what's up? Been in busy with the internet. Yeah, I missed most of it. But I'm making stuff now. I feel like given kind of the fact that there was so much stuff in a very short period of time, I don't feel really bad like doing my Nikon ZR video, for example, a week later, or doing like anything else like a week after the fact. So, hey, what's going on? Yeah, you did catch that. You did catch it live early. We've only been here for 6 minutes, and knowing me, I'll probably be here for 2 hours. What up, James? How was the Demon Slayer movie? Because I have not, I haven't seen it yet. I still have a lot of work I got to catch up on before I could see it. Yokobi, when you're starting out, how did you edit yourself in videos? I just film myself. I hate how I sound, and I can't bring myself to edit together. DM colorist, I just pretended like it was somebody else. And also, I've acknowledged that like I now find humor in people thinking either I sound funny or I look funny. Like for me personally, I personally think it's funny now, and it's something that like it still sucks. It's still not great to hear, but like if the information is good and like I have a pimple on my face, if the information is good and like you can only focus on a pimple on my face, like I just laugh at that because some people are weird. So when is comparison video between the Nikon Z FX3 and Nikon ZR coming? Tomorrow. It was really tough. I had like the video's been done for a while, but because I was in Seattle this whole time, the Wi-Fi was terrible. The Wi-Fi was not good. I tried to download footage from one of the BTS shooters that helped me shoot because we only got to shoot it like the night before we flew out, and it took 17 hours for 90 megabyte or 90 gigs. It took about 17 hours, which is a lot. So, um, yeah, it was a lot. Literally just spent my fun money on a motorcycle a day before all this happened. I'm sad. Man, I just got paid from a couple jobs and I'm just gonna like until the end of next week, I'm gonna shut up and say nothing. Because even now, like a couple people DM'd me and they're like, hey, like what's Sony up to this week? And I'm like, you tell me, I don't know. Because when we went to Condo, we didn't do anything. There was no release. Like it wasn't even they didn't even address the fact that we didn't have a release. They're just like, nah, just chill and do stuff like have fun with each other. And we're like, what's the catch here? It was weird. It was weird being so used to going on press trips and there's usually a product around it, and then there was just nothing. Like I think there's a camcorder that came out, and we're like, okay, that wasn't even mentioned. So yeah, I'm just gonna hold on to stuff. What up, Isaac? Would you advise going to the FX3 or the Canon C50? Seth watching from Italy. I don't know yet. And like, here's the thing. And I said this in my Nikon ZR video, and like, people have their own feelings around comparing cameras to the FX3, but like, being realistic, there's only one FX3, right? And it's been the only like compact full frame mirrorless camera since 2020, and there's only one of them. Now there's kind of four of them if you want to count the S12 because of the feature set. And also because of the iPhone, the S12 just became more valuable almost overnight. But because there was only one FX3 for so long, of course it was known throughout the industry. Of course people are familiar with it because it's the only one of its kind. But like elephant in the room, a lot of people don't want to talk about is like a lot of the budgets aren't necessarily what they used to be. So teams and cameras get smaller. All of that to say, I cannot answer that question just yet until I get hands on the C50, which may happen on Monday. So I don't know yet. It's kind of tough, but also like the kind of high level. Like if you're okay being in one lens ecosystem and you don't really see yourself going anywhere else, then like the closed mount doesn't mean much to you. And if you're someone who shoots on a lot of zoom lenses, which like a ton of people are, all Canon RF zoom lenses, to my knowledge, all have built-in IS to them. So in that respect, it does everything the FX3 can do, mind you, the closed mount and stuff. And your stabilization is going to be in your lens, and then you have not much to worry about. So, kind of feeling that C50. I tend to agree. I like the premise of the C50 a lot. I think for me personally, because I have cameras that are cinema cameras with no IBIS that aren't that much heavier than the FX6 unrigged isn't that much worse than a C50. Obviously, red color science also for smaller codecs like ProRes HQ and Nikon cameras. I don't think you're gonna see I don't have a ton of like ProRes stuff. I only had about 4 hours, 5 max on what's it called? On the ZR. So I don't have a ton of footage. I have enough to compare it to the FX3. Also, the light almost makes my it's a weird light. It's weird light and sharpness, but anyway. So a lot of flashback, animation, because I'm pretty sure in a roundabout way, Demon Slayer is kind of a Sony production in a weird roundabout way. You may have answered something along the lines already. Ignore if you have. My feelings have been the ZR has mechanical. My feelings ZR has been. Sorry, my feelings has been if the ZR had mechanical shutter, I'd choose it over the A7C2 as a pocketable hybrid. Yeah, that's fair. It doesn't have mechanical shutter, but the photos look great on it. But I wouldn't necessarily consider, especially because like right off hop they told us kind of what the goals of the ZR was. I wouldn't necessarily put them in the same boat. I know a lot of people don't want to compare it to the FX3 or the other compact cinema cameras because of the HDMI, but based on like things around it, it's hard for me to not mention those two in the same conversation. Condo was dope. It was super chill. There was no product releases. There wasn't really like much to do. So like a lot of us did almost nothing. And most of us just like played Mario Kart and drank the whole time, to be honest. So thanks to YouTube, I learned to sell on my current Sony gear switch system because my FX3 and every Sony camera is now officially dead. Even my grandma's an FX3 killer now, according to YouTube. I know that's being hyperbolic, dude. It's just a title. It's not that big of a deal. And when the A7 III came out, they called it a 1DX killer because it was cheaper and it did a lot of the same things. Like the whole killer thing has happened for a long time. They're just titles. Like, chill out. You know what I mean? Like it's not that big of a deal. And the point of having titles like that is so you watch the video and then you watch the person plead their case, not necessarily to make you really mad about it, which I think a lot of people have. But yeah, they're just titles, man. And to be fair, clickbait's only clickbait if I tell you something the opposite of what the title is. So they're titles, bro. It is what it is. It's not a big deal. I wish the ZR had the C50 body. I agree. It would instantly buy from me if it wasn't Canon colors, which I don't care for. I would get the C50. Yeah, fair. I wish some of the ZR qualities were in the C50, but also I would love the ZR to get open gate. Plot twist: you are the FX3 killer. Yeah, I'm not. It's not a so my title is for tomorrow is it's not a killer, but don't push me, because there's a lot of things. Hang on a second, I just got an invoice and I don't know what it's for. Oh, okay, I know exactly what it's for. I gotta pay that today. I think he's saying with the release of the iPhone, Matt DaVinci support ProRes raw. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. The FX3 kills a frenzy man along the way. That's funny. But seriously, though, all of the new gear is exciting. But if we're telling people to chase specs, what the fuck are we doing? So you know, switch unless I don't think you need to switch systems. I do think at the same time, though, we know what season it is, right? We know that technology starts to release around September, October, November into Christmas, and everybody just wants to, even if you're buying nothing. And I think one of the things is yes, cameras are better than cameras of old. That doesn't necessarily mean to buy them, but it doesn't also mean that we can't at least have conversations about them, kind of thing, right? And some people are going to be more excited one way or the other, but at the same time, it's just a conversation. We all have friends that have takes that are a bit more excitable than other people are, right? Which you might like. My video compares the ZR to the FX3, but I'm not running around calling it a killer. But I will say that it's worth the conversation at least, right? So no, it's not about chasing specs, but as somebody who had the A7 III when it came out, that's the same price as the ZR. It's exciting for the people that are going to get their first A7 III, that are going to get into something that's a better technological advancement at the same price that's more useful. I think that's something to be excited about. And I think a lot of people are doing that just in different ways. But no, chasing specs is not the most, like the chasing the specs part isn't necessarily what people are saying. But I think there are people, like there are especially creators that like are a little bit more seasoned that remember when a $2,000 camera didn't have 8-bit. So it is something to be mentioned. Curious how often most professionals otherwise use 8K 120 frames a second. I imagine most used, yeah. I'd say not much. I'd say maybe like a lot of product stuff probably would use 120 in like slow motion. But I find like even in like my work's not a lot of product stuff. It's a lot of more action and stuff. I barely use 120 anymore. And like as I got older, I use it less and less. It's the most overspec travel camera. I made a very good chunk of change using a camera that was $2,000 from the micro HDMI called the Sony A7 III in 2019. I think it's a bit more than that because a lot of the expectations that we did have for cameras like the FX3, the ZR can do. But also, it's so far away from like an A7C2 and a ZVE1 that despite the micro HDMI, I can't, from a feature set, I can't put them in the same conversation. What I think about the Nikon ZR is it is one firmware update away from being one of the best budget video focused cameras out there. I think it's one firmware update. Firmware update it would need is I found a couple quirks. I mean, I'll just kind of spoil the video. Focus assist and focus peaking don't work at the same time in RAW, which was a little bit annoying. I would love internal false color. I would love anamorphic. OpenGate is great, and I'm still a big advocate of OpenGate. I have multiple cameras that have OpenGate. However, it would be a moving of the goalpost for me to acknowledge the FX3 as a cinema camera, but then put OpenGate as the gate that blocks the ZR from it. And also just a bigger HDMI port would be nice. You can keep in mind, HDMI, micro HDMI, it sucks. They're not great, but they still work. Like it still works. You either need an adapter or a cable, which you could use when you save a bunch of money because it's a $2,000 camera. It still works, but yeah, they're not convenient. Yeah, killer in games. Here's the thing: if everyone stopped clicking on the video, then the word would stop being used. They're just titles, man. The same thing happens in the news. The same thing happens with video. Like same thing happens with every single title that wants you to watch the thing. I would use ZR for personal stuff. I think I could use a ZR for professional stuff, no problem. I don't think I'll have a problem with it at all. I hopefully they have a time code cable like they do with the FX3 and 30 because they have like a little like USB thing that has a time code at the end and you can run time code on it when you need it. But man, me starting off freelancing, if I can make close to six figures with the A7 III shooting video production, I'm more than fine with doing it on the ZR. Again, same price. Looks like the FX small body cams get B-raw with via video since October, then larger FX69 camera at the end of the year. I mean, hopefully. Um, but a lot of that, you know what? Personally, I feel like a lot of that gets derailed a little bit when DaVinci can read ProRes RAW now, and there are cameras that can do ProRes RAW internal, like the ZR and the S1 too. But yeah, it's good that Sony could finally get like a usable ProRes RAW. But then also, like I guess technically that update gives if you have a Ninja 5 that you could do it too. So that's true. The Biggie reference is super high tab. Yeah, I really hope I don't get demonetized. Yeah, Blackmagic has to do it. Whenever there's like a Blackmagic update, you have to wait for Blackmagic to do the firmware update. By the way, I started a YouTube channel. Do you remember me when you encouraged me to start a new channel, Brandon Washington? Yes, I do remember. And I think you had a different name at the time. It was something about burgers, I think. But yeah, congratulations, man. That's dope. I can't click on your channel from here because I'm on Ecamm, so I can't see it, but congratulations. This is the question that DM colorist, and you know what? I think there's going to be a lot of conversation around comparing the ProRes RAW to the Blackmagic RAW, but then also in a kind of weird roundabout way, Blackmagic RAW is now ProRes RAW because you can only do it externally now, but used to be both, but now one's internal. So we'll see. The 2025 most people's first big investment number in photography I've found. Yeah, that's I don't know who else is old enough to remember this. Maybe it's just me, but like when that A7 III came out and it could do 1080p 120, it had 4K at 8-bit, and it had like S-Log2 and stuff in it. Like that was my first like $2,000 camera that I like built out into a cinema rig, and like I bought the micro HDMI to HDMI adapter, and I don't know. I feel like you can make a lot of money doing it. So for your Tupac reference, will be finishing the rest of that sentence from that bar? No. I'll be demonetized. No, thank you. DM color is mainly the B-raw versus PPR controls. Yeah, the raw taps. Yeah. I'm curious to see how that plays out, and I'm gonna test out the Lumix S12 ProRes RAW tomorrow, and I'll have that video directly after the ZR versus FX3 video the next day. I have the same reasoning when processing Nikon RAW versus R3D. Yeah, a little bit. It's all processing. I would argue the ZR's biggest issue because of its ports, micro HDMI, and hinge. It really seems like Nikon wants being nearly possible. I think my thing is I can build a bridge over the micro HDMI if there's a firmware update to put all of the tools that you would have in a monitor in the camera to begin with. That's like the only thing, and I feel like um, a lot of those things are doable, right? Like if you had internal false color, um, if you had edge peaking focus, that's on the red cameras. It has waveform already. You could change the size and the transparency of the waveform. Um, I mean, like you could firmware update for an EL zone, but like honestly, I don't think that's a gigantic issue not having it, considering how new it is. That would help build the bridge around the idea of like, oh, it doesn't have a full size HDMI, which is annoying, but like at the same time, like all of the monitoring tools are already in the almost size of a monitor, anyways. And anamorphic D squeeze. That's what I would need. Anamorphic D squeeze in that as well. If you could put those inside of the ZR via firmware update, whether it be now or like 6 months from now, though, like, most people that are getting this as their like first camera that they're going to get an amazing image quality out of and autofocus and all the other stuff, keep in mind you don't even have to switch to the Nikon ZR. You can just buy an adapter for any mirrorless mount you have, and then you're good to go. If you could put some of those exposure tools in there via firmware update, not a problem. My face is also all puffy because I had so much alcohol and I shouldn't have. R3 has a lot of metadata controls in the RAW tab. Yep. I need a Panasonic video camera. Good thing almost all of the Panasonic cameras are video cameras. Rig it as low as possible. Yeah, I even saw the I had a chance to play around with the small rig cage version they have on it, which looks almost identical to Cineback. It looks great. I think I don't know. I guess where I'm at here is like if I put myself in the mind of someone who's starting out for the first time, a lot of the things and expectations that I'd have in a camera based on like when I started aren't things on the ZR because there weren't things when like anybody started kind of thing. A little off topic question. I've read a few opinions that have seen the GFX 50R versus CX100. I guess you say some sentiment has yes, it does. Vincent, it's really hard to explain, and it's super tough because I've been trying to explain this for a little while because I have the 50R and I've used the 100 too, and there's more megapixels. Like it looks sharper on the GFX 100 too, but on the 50R, I feel like everything like rolls off really, really well, even when I'm not using a filter. And maybe because it's an older generation sense, like an older generation Fuji sensor, but like all of the roll offs and the highlights and the color looks really, really, really good. I'm actually working on a video of like putting them beside each other on the X106. And even with the newer sensor that's higher megapixel, like it just looks different. What are features you want to see from the FX3 Mark II? Pretty much everything from the C50, but yeah, everything from the C50 with IBIS. Like I think that would be. I mean, like they might have internal NDs, but I doubt you'll get into a camera that small. But like those would be fine. I don't think the HDMI of the ZR would make it cost much more or be much bigger. I don't understand the choice. It definitely would. And after talking to the engineers in terms of how they did it, it definitely would make it bigger, and it would go against the design they initially chose. Like the micro HDMI wasn't a thing where it was just kind of a throwaway. It was a choice to make it the camera the size that it needs to be, while still being able to get the screen the size that it needs to be. So if the screen was smaller, then yeah, you could put a full size HDMI. However, again, if you could put the tools that you would have in a monitor anyways in the monitor, whether it has an HDMI or not, would be less consequential, in my opinion. Yeah, don't forget to like. Don't be a trash bag. There's 68 of you and only 11 likes. I'm joking. Now people are going to dislike it. Here we go. Yes, Uncle Kofi is here. So I want to say Madase to everyone that's here, my downfall, my challenge, that have come to see the live stream today. I do not have any of these tints. So I have the Nikon ZR. I will get the Canon, what do you call it? The C50. I'll get it on Monday or maybe Tuesday. And we'll have a video about that as well. I think the ZR will be the new Blackmagic cinema camera OG small. Oh, that's a take. And also a good one. Actually, you know what, Mara? You actually introduced a point. The Pocket 4K had more compromises and was still accepted to be a video-centric cinema camera. And there's not anything that the 4K that came out at launch that the Nikon ZR can't do. Yeah. Yeah. Here's a real question though. Would you, if buying now, get the Raptor XE or the Ursa Cine 12K? Speaking in terms of which would be best for most cases. Again, I can't answer that because I have Ursa 12K already. I'm not a good person to ask that question because I already made the decision. So, hey, no problem, man. One of the big bonuses of the ZR sensor level is this red. Yep, and it's pretty impressive. Wish they could bring this to this. You know what? They might. Like, keep in mind, what's wild is Canon's releasing an open gate update for the C400, which puts on the table that like you could probably firmware update to a lot of things. I heard from that now you can shoot NRAW on normal compression to save data, then conform it and resolve to IPP2. Yeah, you can. You can, Sean, but I think the difference is I think they fundamentally look a little bit different. Like I think when you do that conversion over, it looks different than just doing it natively, which might just be like a data rate thing. I don't know entirely, but you can. I think you might have seen Cam's live stream. I was just on the phone with him. He was explaining it, so you can. So let's do the Ursa Cine 12K over the Raptor XE. The only situation where I would do the other way is if I needed it to be smaller while still having all the same stuff in it for like hard mounting to car stuff. Because I don't think I'll ever. Yeah, I can comfortably say I'll never actually hook up my Ursa Cine 12K to a car. I'll just get a Pixis 12K instead, which is fair because you could buy a Pixis and an Ursa 12K and still save $5,000 from getting a Raptor, even the XE. I'm very happy with my choice. Yep, we'll still make the choice. So PPR being officially supported by DaVinci, does this kill any of the sales that BM might have made from Sony users wanting to get the recorder because they have resolved workflow? I don't think so. That's yet to be seen. Also, like I would keep in mind, like as much as there's so many cameras that have come out and there's so much talk about them, seeing how things play out is going to take like a year and a half to 2 years to actually see like who's making what decision. Like I remember even with like the S9 and like the FX2, like it took a while for us to figure out like how that works in the grand scheme of things. But I don't know yet. I don't think it will. I think people are still going to want to get the Blackmagic Raw because they'll make like most people make the association, and I think most people don't have Atomos Ninja 5s to begin with, or at least a lot of people don't use it for the. I think a lot of people are just using other monitors because they wrote off the idea that you can use ProRes RAW. 2008, I'm tempted to get right this help, but now the XE is here. I'm torn between the two. I will say that the Ursa Cine 12K still costs a lot less. Yeah, for EL Zone, a lot of people like it a lot. I could care less for it to be personally honest, but I think everyone's tool is going to be a bit different. The monitor is great, but if I want to use it, if I put a top handle and a mic, the cable will block the monitor. Yeah, so that goes back to like if you put all the tools in the monitor anyways, then you wouldn't have to worry about blocking anything. Oh, I mean, you want to use a cable to block the monitor, then micro HDMI port still works. It's not like I want to dispel this whole thing. Micro HDMI is usable. It's just inconvenient. And one of the ways you can mitigate that is Big Cook mentioned it, and I totally forget about it because I'm staring at it. You can just get it. You can get an HDMI clamp, and it helps mitigate the possibility of maybe breaking the cable, which is very common back in the day. Might have missed it, but do you see any of these new cameras fitting into your kit? No. No. Honestly, for me personally, everything that's coming out now, maybe the ZR, maybe the ZR. The C50, I'll actually get hands on again. I'll get hands on the C50 before I get a second run with the ZR. But the red Raptor XE, I don't think is going to replace my 12K. The Fuji Eterna is a camera I feel like I would rent. Like even like the new Hasselblad, like I'm not real like it's cool. I really like actually I want to try a Hasselblad, not to be honest with you. The C50, like I'm not willing to get RF glass, to be honest with you, because I have a lot of L mount stuff already. The ZR, because it's adaptable to everything and the price point and the image quality, I think that's like the closest thing. And like even during my video, like I use the Axon M7 Pro on it with the micro HDMI to HDMI. Worked fine. That's a close, like out of all the cameras that have released, the ZR is the closest that I'll find somewhere in my kit. Also because my girlfriend wanted one of my Lumix cameras for her birthday, and I won't have my S1 IIe anymore. It'll be on the S1R2 now. These streams at least, but. So right now I'm saving up for an FX3 or FX30. I plan on doing boxing events with the new Nikon ZR with dope. I recommend. Honestly, any of those three would be great. Maybe like, here's the thing: the FX3 is $300 cheaper than the ZR, and it's newer. And you could also still get an adapter to Sony lenses. So like, if you want to go into the Sony system, the ZR won't stop you from doing it. So, I would recommend any of the three, but like, if we're gonna be real with like about the money we're spending, the ZR makes the most amount of sense for what you're getting. Hey, what's going on, Brendan? You guys might not know this, but Brendan has helped out a frig load and is the most unintentionally great G&E without knowing formally what that is, and a great AC. Great guy on set. Really, really dope. It helps out a ton. He actually helped me out with the ZR video too. So shout out to him. But also, yeah, Condo was dope, and we're back now, which also means Brendan, keep your phone on. We have more videos to shoot. In an accident, the older Mysterium X has the best highlight roll off without ND. Fair point. Raptor. Oh, that's fair. Kofi hats a live stream Kofi hats a live stream's thumbnail. I need you to say that again in English, please. You see the new PL adapters with AF from the camera controlling focus iris? Yes, I did. There's only one caveat, that it's only going to work with lenses with eye data, I believe. I think your tilt to one, I think you're talking about. But guess who has the DZO Vespid 2s? So I'm gonna see if that'll work. I'm gonna see if it'll work. But I have seen the new PL adapter, so I think it'll be dope. EOS for creative lighting, a false color. Either way, I still, when I want to see my creative lighting, I just turn off that false color. I'm a false color guy. And it hasn't been a hindrance doing it. Can you get external SSD or Express? I don't know. Can't imagine using a micro SD on anything but a GoPro. Actually, micro SD cards on the ZR cover every single shooting mode except for RAW, if I remember correctly. So you can literally shoot it on anything, and then just like one of these things come with pretty much every micro SD card you use. So if you need a backup that's cheaper and you don't need RAW. RC Gilia, I'm gonna get that wrong. RC, thank you, because that must be new information, because I had my shoot with the ZR on September the 8th, which is the day before Condo, and up to that point, there was no word about it. But that actually makes a lot of sense. So then now we're gonna have, again, we have to be able to have our open mind in terms of talking about compact cinema cameras. Adding a lot of these monitoring tools has made that more viable of a conversation now. The Nikon screen is dope size-wise. It's really hard to, I'll tell you this right now. If any of you guys get the ZR, I want you to pick up the ZR, use it a little bit, and then try to pick up your other mirrorless camera, and you'll be a little bit upset because going back to a smaller screen that's not as bright, you feel it a little bit. You're like, oh, yeah, I kind of miss that larger screen. And truthfully, man, like I used it with just a monitor all day. I could shoot with that all day long. Wouldn't have a problem, unless I'm like in a really bright scenario, and then like you have to build a bridge with your micro SD, right? Micro HDMI to HDMI. I think it'll be fine. Okay, you guys are talking about red cameras. Is that real R3D like from the other red cameras, or is the ZR R3D watered down? It is 12-bit. It's a 12-bit R3D, the R3D NE. But also keep in mind, Blackmagic RAW is 12-bit as well, and so is ProRes RAW. So like in terms of the color bit depth information, it's the same as the other cameras that like we already love anyways. Like the Pixis, for example, it has a great color science, and like the 12K, which I forgot I have on order, that's going to be a 12K B raw as well. So I don't think you're going to lose that much. At least most people won't see the difference, to be fair. Do you think there's people possibly? No, I don't think so, Shaq. Other cinema cameras don't have IBIS, and I get it. The C50 is lighter than other cameras by a larger margin, depending which camera you're talking about. But then I think then there also needs to be a conversation on, well, what's the minimum weight of a camera that IBIS isn't, like, not having IBIS as a hindrance? Is it 2.5 pounds? Is it 3 pounds? Is it 4.5 pounds? Is it 5 pounds? Because, like, I have had the FX6 for years. And not once did I think about its lack of IBIS and did that cause any problems for me. So, and I think body only, like, I might, someone's gonna fact check me on this one, but I think like just the body, there's like a 6 ounce difference between the C50 and the FX6. Mind you, doesn't include like the top handle and a battery, but they're not that far apart. And if there is, like, then you could, like, is there an extra pound of weight that I could add to it? And if it's as easy as putting a counterweight at the bottom and that's enough to kind of cross that threshold, well, then is it that big of a deal, right? And I mean, also like Blackmagic Pocket 6K and those types of cameras are around the same, are probably closer in weight to the C50. They didn't have IBIS either, and people made do with what the camera was. Sony does confuse me a bit though. Do you think a person will buy a Venice or Burano to get open gate internal raw because it's not the FX3 kind of? Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. It's not something that I agree with in terms of like we're going to put camera behind it. The reason why open gate isn't available on the other cameras has nothing to do with the protecting the Venice. It has everything to do with the codec that they use doesn't support open gate to be used. So Sony would have to make a new codec in order to get OpenGate to work. I think it's like something about XAVCS that it doesn't have OpenGate, which is actually makes sense because the same reason why on the C50 you could only use OpenGate in RAW, because I think the wrapper and the codec that they use for their H.264, H.265, I don't think it is enabled to have OpenGate to it. Like I don't think it's made to have a 3x2 image, but specifically for Sony and Canon. Yeah. Anointing Oka, that's exactly what I said to my Nikon rep. And honestly, a lot of the Nikon reps agree. And they've had those conversations with the Nikon engineers. But as RC just said, like, um, it's gonna end up being a thing that happens in a firmware update. And I mean, between the time of like now and like next month, it might be 2 months from now. Maybe you just wait till January where it's a firmware update. I don't think it's January, but like maybe you just wait a couple months. You don't have, like, these cameras you don't have to buy today. They're probably gonna be in stock in like 4 months whenever you're ready to buy them. Um, it sounds like it's going to be an update in the future, so you may as well just kind of hold out until then. Anyone know the file size for our 3D NE? I think it's on their website, and I think they're pretty hefty files. Like they're pretty big. Yeah, you still Nikon Matrix, but you get IP2 updates. Yeah, it's somewhere in between, but yeah, it's not a full 16-bit RAW. Oh, we get them dislikes on the timer. Let's go. I mean, oh wait, you guys can't see dislikes. I don't care if it happens then. That's compelling. I already have the OG Komodo and a ZV-E1. When buying glass, I actually opted for GM primes and just stuck with the 18 to 35 and Remus for the red. Also, RW Creative, keep in mind, you don't have to change lenses. You could just get an adapter and it's fine. I also feel like the FX32 would probably have internal ND and IBIS, as they have proven that they can do that with the Burano OpenGate. Yeah, the thing is with the FX3 is that you'd have to change the size of the camera to get the ND, because the ND has to go up into somewhere. It has to go somewhere. And I think you'd have to change the size. Like the fundamental size of the FX3 would be maybe closer to the C50, maybe. Because when you look at the C50, there's 4 little screw holes on each side. In my mind, I thought that was like to open up for the ability to get an ND like mount, which might be a thing later, but hey, I have an FX3 ordered. The Global Dynamics United VMAP battery looks dope, but I know a little about it. Seems loosely connected to red. It's a faux powder run this on a Sony. Oh, the GDU batteries. I don't think it was a giant problem, but I've also never used any of their stuff, to be fair. I hope they do an eternal raw, but even update to 12-bit would be crazy. I mean, on the FX3, yeah, the fact that I can make adaptive GM with the Z-mount is so tempting. Yeah, and I like when I was playing around with it, like I straight up did it and it worked just fine. I think the ZR will be the new small camera integrated in Hollywood because of the seamless raw workflow with even a smaller body. The 12-bit internal R3D has Hollywood DP salivating already. There's not even just Hollywood DPs. Like some of my friends that are like in, I have one buddy who worked on Beast Games. I have a few friends that worked on Beast Games, and like one guy ordered it right off the bat. He's like, it has all of for how much? No, let me call my bank right now, and he bought it right on the spot. So there are people that also are working like agency jobs or like union adjacent jobs. Um, that are taking a second look at this because the Sony, like truthfully, the FX3 is so much money, and there hasn't necessarily, and like this is the first time in a long time where a camera that was incumbent is being challenged by other companies making close to the same thing, but a little bit better and cheaper. Like the S12E, the ZR, and the C50 are all cheaper than the FX3 with what I hope that we can agree on in a lot of ways has better technology in it. And some people are willing to build a bridge over some of the shortcomings in exchange for saving up to $2,000, which makes a lot of sense. My girlfriend is thinking about buying a ZR before I hooked her up with the S12E, um, which also I think is another conversation around these things where I know a lot of people that are filmmaking or filmmaking enthused or filmmaking adjacent love these videos and love this content. I need you to understand that the group of people that buy these cameras are far bigger than us. Far, far, far bigger than us. Like the amount of times I've had people running podcasts or fitness channels or cooking channels or anything like that that have like that consume this content is way bigger than people that want to get into the filmmaking space, which is kind of the reason why there's so much content, so many views around them. It's because the audience is far wider than people that work as freelancers, to be honest. Think these new cameras will drive down costs? No. Also, if you live in the States, like tariffs have the United States in a chokehold. So I don't know if it'll make, and also they're cheaper objectively now. So I don't know if it'll make it any cheaper. A lack of dynamic range and battery and media location is bad. Um, I'm gonna say from somebody who has both cameras, who has footage from both cameras, I don't think you're gonna notice the lack of dynamic range. I don't. I really don't. From somebody who's had a Z6 III, somebody who's used the FX3 quite a bit. In a practical scenario, I don't think the dynamic range numbers are going to give you an accurate picture that's going to be there. Um, battery media location for me personally also is not a gigantic deal either. If I could, as long as I could charge via the USB port to a V mount battery when I'm rigged, I don't change the battery that often. And the media port, how I don't change the media port that often either. So those are the two things on the camera that you don't take out super often on a job. It's maybe once or twice, and it maybe takes you a second. And if you have any tripod that's side loaded, it's super easy just to take the side loaded part off and snap the battery door open. Isaac Clamp Mini HDMI converter to the ZVE1. It's fine. That wouldn't put me off. Yeah, that's kind of the point that I'm making. I like some of these things are negatives for some people, but like we've made concessions and mitigations for these things years ago. And again, it's a $2,000 savings to the market competitor that it's trying to be. Like like if it was $200 less, I think this would be a better argument. But when it's $2,000 almost, when like it was like $41.99 or $40.99 versus $21.99, um, it feels out of touch for me to like make like for those things they feel like nitpicks to me because when someone says you could save half off the camera, what do you want to give up? I can give up the size of an HDMI port. That doesn't bother me. Also watch some of your videos before diving into videography. Quickly establish yourself as my source of truth. So thank you, man. Some people might disagree with you on the truth part, but hey, I'll take it. So this is like an ultrabook versus laptop version of cinema camera, smaller ports all over, big screen, slim body, big power, inconvenient. I don't know. I think what's going to happen is in 8 months when people start using the thing, we're going to have a lot more different of opinions on things, how they go. That the S9 went the same way. Everyone got really mad at the S9, and then like a year later, there's a lot of love for the S9. Also, they have like a bajillion colors now. Are you Gunyan going there for music video? I am Gunyan. What month are you going? Because I will be there end of December, January, actually. Easy for Sony students to get a ZR, see what they can keep. No, not so much with Z50. Yeah, because like ZR is not an open mount, but yeah. Thanks for the kind words, man. I'm all around, especially if you have the C50 coming in. I should. I have a call with him on Monday, Brendan. So you already know we're gonna get active on Monday. I'll give you a call and let you know what we're doing. But yeah, I have a call with him at least, so that'll be fine. Kobe hates making live stream thumbnails. I do hate making live stream thumbnails. I'm not good at them. I like just kind of going on and talking. Viltrox has a new AFPL. Oh, not just tilt anymore. I might have to reach out to Viltrox. Hang on 1 second. You can get your glasses. How do you compare the Vespa 2s to the Arls? They look really close together. If I'm being honest with you, they look really close together. They're both like kind of clean, nice roll off. The Vespa 2s are much cleaner than the and they don't flare as much as the Vespa ones. 1 second, 1 second. But they are very like you could use the I feel like you could use the Vespa 2s more interchangeably with the Arls and the Vespa ones. Do you want a Black Magic product? It has time code. Now you can get audio out of your iPhone to sync. I don't think I'll. Here's like I think for some people using like their iPhone for production makes sense. I'm not a person that uses my iPhone for production. Although I'm gonna get like I pre-ordered the iPhone 17. I don't think for me personally, I don't think I'll use it for like a professional in any professional setting that I need time code for it. Any word on the required SD speeds for the ZR? I don't know, but I think if you look up the Nikon Z6 III speeds, I'd assume they'd be similar because the same stuff is going to be there in terms of. Why did you do that? Oh, that is a new owner of my Lumix S12E. ZR Ultimate Run and Gun. I could, you know what? Yeah, I could say that. I could say it's up there. I can't find a reason why it wouldn't be. If I just hooked up a cage, a top handle. No, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, oh, yeah, I could. You know what? The ZR needs smaller lenses. I think that's the only thing because the ZR is such a small camera, and like Nikon lenses are massive. They're huge. They need smaller ones. Does the ZR have a Big Six menu? If not, do you think that'll be updated down the line? Jay Hill, it does not, but I think is my proxies done because I think I could show you this. My proxies are done. Let me see if I could find it. They kind of have a Big Six-ish menu. Let me see if I could find out where the photo is. Let me just see if I could like share a screen. Nope, that's a file. That's a file again. Let me see if I can just pull this down. Oh, wait, hang on. That's my timeline. Show me DaVinci Resolve. No, show me Finder preview. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Let me just go back to normal. I have a photo of it, and I found this out later, so it was kind of hard to open and preview. Hang on a sec. Let me see if I can do this. Preview. So yeah, that's what it looks like. So this is going to be like their quick menu. It's not a Big Six. It's more like a 12. But like literally after the shoot, one of my Nikon reps basically showed me like that was a thing. So you could use that. Like that's going to be the closest you'll get, and maybe it'll be a Big Six over time. Low key, if the tilt adapter works on RF C50 and the Vespa, that's true. Like, so it's the camera, the lenses with eye data, which is like the Cook S4s, the DZO Vespa 2s, a couple other of them. But it might also push other brands to start making some of the eye data. It'd be nice to see what Sony does, if anything, with the ZR and others coming out. I don't think I would hold my breath, if I'm being honest. Like I just came from Sony Condo. There was no conversation about any new camera, and which maybe they're waiting till like what's that thing in New York? They do a thing in New York. It was for the A9 Mark II or A1 Mark II. Maybe it'll be then, but to my knowledge, I don't see anything happening for a while. In your opinion, is B Raw to the level of Red Raw? Do you believe we will start seeing more AAA movies being made with it? Sony forever going to be three games. Here's the thing. And again, I'm open to being proven wrong. I'm open to conversation about this. I think Hollywood as it exists, and the industry as it exists, is a building on fire. And a lot of people don't want to talk about it because it's depressing. I don't think there's going to be like the king of the big box, because I don't necessarily know if big box theater movies are going to be a thing in 10 years. That to be said, I think that you're going to see a lot of like small screen platforms that'll have films that are on it. And I think that's where you're going to start to see Nikon ZRs and more red cameras, more black magic cameras, because I don't have $54,000 for an Arri Alexa, but I can get an Ursa 17K. And if that helps bring down the budget on some of these films that I can put up in a platform that lets me put up the films, because eventually they're going to be free to pull up. I think that's where this even this conversation about like the three kings of cinema, I don't know if it's going to exist in a couple of years, because I don't think the platform by which they became the kings of are even going to exist the same way. Robert, you're not late, man. That would be sweet to do a video actually figuring out how to light a camera without needing IBIS, or how to light a camera can be without needing IBIS. Oh yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get some RF lenses as well, but I have a call with them on Monday. I saw very few people talking about the R3D RAW not cropping it in 4K versus 6K like it normally would. Oh, I didn't even realize. I didn't even think about that, to be honest. Although it was told to me, I should have remembered that. But yeah, it doesn't. When's your FX3 and ZR video coming out? Tomorrow. Oh, it should be tomorrow, depending on how lazy I am in terms of editing. We'd love to see a video of the NE H.T.2 update of the Axine CV 4K Master. The picture quality should be better than something from my. I technically did make it like my Axine video. I think I did post a couple of screen grabs that were in H.265. That's the mode I left them in. I don't know if that answers your question though. Brandon Muller, do you see a future update for the ZR getting open gate? 50-50. Don't know. I think it's a 50-50. Something like 300 gigabytes per hour. Damn. Yeah, so about an hour. So a terabyte card is a little over an hour, which is I think the same as like the Ursa Cine 12K, and I think maybe the Pixis. I'm concerned that the Eterna 55 is hiding some things. Why would it? Haven't seen one CVP or gelled and done deep dive. I've only seen color grade and edited shot from short film footage. Football emergency. I think the reason why for that is that the Fuji Eterna right now, because I'm pretty sure there's like a space, like there's a gap in time. That's not a thing. That's not a. I wouldn't make conspiracy theories over that. Also, someone sent a super chat and I didn't see it. So, hey, what up? Saucy Sounds here to support my guy. Respects, man. I wouldn't be concerned about that. I also wouldn't necessarily have conspiracy theories over that. I'm reasonably close to the Fuji team in terms of their rollout for the Eterna. That's not they're not hiding anything. That's not the reason why you haven't seen CVP or gelled undone. It's more of a stock thing. Like they only had so many available, and I think they've been like it's been around sort of like a lot of agency DPs and stuff like that. It hasn't made its way to social media yet, and given its price point, I don't think it will. Not yet, at least. The R5C is almost the same size as C50 and doesn't have IBIS either. Lots of Sony shooters started on the A7 III, which didn't have IBIS. I'm someone that started on the A7 III and it didn't have IBIS. You're correct. Neither did my Pocket 4K, neither did my Pocket 6K, neither did my Pixis, neither does my Ursa. A lot of cameras. My FX6 didn't, and I never noticed. Mind you, the FX6 is heavier, but to that same point, yeah, a lot of those ways you can mitigate things for IBIS if you need IBIS to happen. And it's stuff that we've done all the time. Like when cameras didn't have IBIS, like the whole point of like getting a camera rigged out because the heavier the camera or using wider lenses, like those are always things that we've known. It doesn't suddenly disappear because we want to kind of downplay the release of the C50 because it is a good camera. That's why I love watching Kofi stay giving amazing information. Hey, thank you, man. I respect it. Thank you. Some people might disagree with that. I also probably should stop saying that. I should just be nicer to myself. But hey, what's going on, Kim? Crashing to see Saturday afternoon. Oh, it's in the afternoon. I'm still coming. I just didn't know what time it was. I don't look at invitations like I should. I just know what days it is and block the day off. Would XLCN or whatever give the ability to have open gate? And do you think open gate on the C400 closes the gap between the C400 and the Burano? Two things. Technically, yes. I would guess. No. because it doesn't on the Burano. Like the OCN Raw LT isn't 3x2 on the Burano, so maybe not. That's up to Sony, really. I don't know. But the C400 getting an open gate update as competition for the Burano, absolutely it does. You know what? The second Canon kind of gives up and says, "Hey, we're going to open up our mount," I think it's going to be a very troubling day for other camera brands, because the C400, if I remember correctly, isn't that much more expensive than the FX6, but also has all of the same shooting modes, if not a triple base ISO and open gate now at the same price. Also, I'm far back in the chat. Dang. Thanks for the advice about boxing events, but since I'm going to the ZR, it makes me want to grab the OG Komodo. Get the ZR. Especially if you're just starting out, man, get the ZR. That autofocus is going to be your friend. Shooting fitness stuff on manual is tough. I do it. Don't recommend it all the time, but I would say cop the ZR. It's going to be cheaper. You're going to need less things to get it going. I would cop the ZR if you have to choose between that and the red Komodo. I figured the internal ND usually is 2 stops at its lowest light. Yep. And it makes, let's just make a sensor at 800 ISO that's 2 times more sensitive, and that's the same. Then you have, oh, that's true. I feel like there's a technological limitation for that. Too many cameras, no such thing. Blasphemy. That's hilarious. There is. It's been a lot. There's been so much that, like, for the first time, I think, since I've had YouTube, like, I can't keep up. Do we know if Thomas is going to Z or RF mount with Raptor? Thomas? I don't know. Thomas, are you doing Z or the RF with the red Raptor? Have you used the power zoom ones before? I recently got the, yes, I have. I have the 16 and 35 power zoom, and they were dope. Do you think given the ZR, man, like I think I just said, like I would just get the ZR, especially if like you're especially if you're someone who's like kind of starting out and you're starting out in YouTube and you want a camera that's multi-purpose, just get the ZR. As being in content of the industry, yes. My girlfriend does do TikTok. She acts. She does stand-up comedy. She has a show tonight, actually, but also she shoots the shows freelance. So she'll like she's borrowed my cameras all the time to like shoot some of the stuff for like as a freelance gig to make some money at like in the evenings. But her birthday's coming up, and I offered to get her a camera, and I think she's used to using the Lumix system the most, but ironically wants the full size HDMI. So I got her an S12E and a kit lens. But she's probably going to start a channel soon and probably do way better than I am because it's not about cameras. Nikon has also been crushing it with firmware updates. I think, like Lumix cameras, the ZR is going to be even better in 6 months to a year. I'm on the side of agreeing with that a lot. Nikon has a pretty good track record of doing that, and also like, there's a little bit of back and forth between like I think where we want what Nikon to do and the engineers that are willing to do it. But I think in time, if we're vocal enough with it, they want market share, and I think if their engineers are okay with it, like they're going to find a way to make the market share via firmware updates. The platform itself, I think, is still really good. Which one do you think handles highlight real life the most naturally? I got some screen grabs, and I will show you what I have from the my FX3. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can put these into a folder and make my life easy. If I can make my life easier, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some of these side by sides into a folder, and I'm just going to screen share my computer screen, and they're just grabs. Like there's a couple of other comparisons, but FX3 vs Nikon, and I'm assuming you mean Nikon ZR versus the FX3. I can only assume that. So hang on a second. Let me see if I can just go to my. Dang, I'm far back in the chat. That's fine. Curious, did you get working the iTechnology and the Vespa 2 lenses? I didn't yet. Remember, you said they were getting the data when you caught them. I'm only $3K away from having the money to buy them a few jobs this month. Tim, not yet. I'm hoping that fixes up. Let me just open up some of these screen grabs, because I think if I have a side by side, I could probably show you guys what this looks like. And it might be a little bit tough. Like I don't think you'll be able to see like the full quality of how this looks. I think the best you're going to be able to do. Where is my preview? Yeah, open these with preview. Hang on. Okay, so I have that open. Let Let me open this guy and then can I close this? Close window. There we go. All right, so I'm gonna just kind of move this in the front here, and I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller. But that's what the FX3 versus the ZR looks like. FX3 on the left, ZR on the right. And like if I zoom in, hang on a second, can I move this? I want to be able to move this around. Can I just move? I don't want to do that. Like you could, I mean, this isn't 6K, right? Like this isn't 6K. This isn't 4K. Obviously, one's going to look a little bit sharper than the other. The highlight roll off on here doesn't look that bad, but I think there's another one that was like a better example. Let me see if I can just kind of go onto this guy and then just press. If I close this window, I'll close it, and I think I can find a better one. Now, this is going to be at its second base ISO. Like this is going to be, and again, there's no change than this. I shot one at 6400, one at 12,000, same settings, both of the respective 24 to 70s, and like you can see quite a big difference in like even just the image being a little bit noisy. The color kind of breaks apart on it here, but also like this is being shot and R3D and E-RAW. This is shot at the XAVCS, and this is just kind of the side-by-sides here. And again, same settings. I try to get the same lens, but that's going to be the difference between the two. Let me close that window again. I have another one too. Hang on a second. Let me see if I have another one on me. This is where you can kind of see like the highlight roll off a little bit on the ZR versus here. When it's in motion and it kind of gets in the way of the light, like you can see it a little bit better. But that's what these two guys look like side by side. And then let me see if I can just do another one. If there's anything else I have in here. That's staging my. That's the size comparison between the cameras. One of the things that people never talked about is that the boot up time on the ZR is way faster than Komodo. That's the size of the screen when you put them beside each other. I'm gonna let that one hang for a bit. That's the size of what the screen looks like in comparison to each other. But and that, oh, this is the small rig. This is the small rig cage. So you can see it like it's still a normal small rig cage that's on here. This at the back here is kind of like that cine back like screen protecting thing. But also, I don't know what text messages I left on there. Oh, there you go. That's me talking to my Nikon rep saying that my video is going to be late. But yeah, there we go. Yo, Kobe, just jumping in. Great to see you, bro. What are your thoughts on the Eterna? I got to see that thing because I feel like what I'm reading on paper and what my expectations are a little bit mismatched. But I think it's one of those cameras where you got to shoot with it. Off topic, but since you watch Demon Slayer, you watch Sakamoto Days as well. I couldn't get into Sakamoto Days. I'm gonna give it another shot now that more episodes are out, but I couldn't get behind it. I was trying my best, and the first little slow in the beginning. Something else I would add to my thoughts on the Eterna 55 is where are the conversations on future cinema lenses? One that would be compared to cinema primes for the G mount. That's already happening currently. I think Atlas just did a thing at IBC right now talking about lenses for the Fuji Eterna. But they are, if you're pay attention to IBC right now because they are literally coming out as we speak. But I also like, to be fair, the Fuji Eterna being the only camera of its sensor size, I feel like they really didn't. No one anticipated that to happen. So I like the C50, but the glass are prices. I'm looking at the VCM lenses. Have you tried them on or seen any footage? My Lumix primes are great for the price, and I'd love to compare them to the VCMs. I haven't. I haven't used an RF mounted camera since I owned a C70. Nope. I've used a C80. I had it for a couple days last year, but I only had my PL mount lenses. So I haven't used them. I probably will get my hands on them. I have a phone call on Monday, so I'll get my hands on them. I heard there's a danger in powering a monitor and the camera at the same time. Something about creating electrical loop and frying the camera. Anything to this? On what camera? Like, I mean, like the SDI port. There's protocol for SDI, but I don't know which camera you're talking about. Hollywood commercial DPs will take any compromises from a camera when the image quality can match their A cam easily. Yep, Mario's 1000% correct. The ZR would be great for crash cam, POV, drone mounting, etc. A nail on the head. That's exactly what's going to happen. Also, a lot of the E-mount lens variants from third parties are available on Z-mount because of the flange distance too. So there are some lenses you can get third party that are just as good. I haven't found much info review on the Nikon new shotgun mic. I'm probably looking at the wrong places. Anybody's that you recommend? Made from Java. It's funny. I had the microphone. I didn't test the microphone. I like put it on. I turned on the tally light. Didn't get a clip. Took it off. Gave it back to him and didn't think about it. So I don't know if anybody did, but the microphone looks pretty cool. Like it looks dope. And the 32-bit float is really surprising because it works on any microphone. Lack of dual recording, micro HDMI, shadow noise, and flicker. No mechanical shutter. No professional audio, plus makes way less attractive compared to the SS3 and the S12 for me. To be fair, there's only one card in all the Red cameras. Micro HDMI, again, it's usable. It's inconvenient, but it's usable. Shadow noise and flicker is not as bad, at least in the footage that I tested and the stuff that I have. No mechanical shutter. It's not a photo camera, and other cinema cameras don't have mechanical shutter. Professional audio inputs, that could be something that might deter you from the camera, but you still needed an adapter cable for the Red Komodo X, the Red Raptor, and anything else to use XLR ports. I mean, it's in comparison to the FX3. I'm assuming eventually, because they have a hot shoe mount that has audio accessories, the handle's just yet to come out yet. But at the same time, like, it's $2,000 less, and you got to give up something. Again, like to each their own. Sorry about that. To each their own. I'm just saying that, like, at $2,000 less money, there are things that people are going to be able to use this for professional work despite those limitations. And a lot of those things have been able to be mitigated for the last 10 years. I see the iPhone 17 for POV shots now that it has ProRes RAW. I see that iPhone 17 being used for a lot of things, and I'm really excited. And also, did anyone pre-order the iPhone 17? Because I got a 17 Pro Max in orange, and it's coming here, I hope, on Friday. I'll be in Accra and at Kumasi at the end of this month. My first time. What do you recommend? Ooh, what I recommend? Stay till the end of December. That's all I'm going to say. That's my recommendation, is stay longer. She waved at the crew. Yeah, she did. Janelle sometimes comes out in videos. She hasn't been in a video for a while, but she's every now and again. And I've ordered the ZR and the Red Raptor XE, but it won't be in time for my trip to go. Oh, that sucks. That'd be a really good overheating test because I haven't seen any yet. But yeah, no, that sucks, man. Also, another random question for us starting to get into new expensive equipment. Do you put insurance on your gear? And if so, which one do you recommend? I've been on set with other DPs and seen FX6's fall. I do have insurance. I have a different insurance. If you're in Canada, then my insurance companies are going to be different. I use a company called Front Row, which now is owned by Intact, which is where I get my car insurance. But I think a lot of people get PPA, Professional Photographers Association insurance. I just prefer to use like the regular one that I have. I've always had it. So, well, I literally just bit the bullet and a ZR pre-order in. You know what? Let me send a text message because I wasn't going to pre-order this. I'm about to pre-order that too. We'll just see. I think it'll be a cool camera to play around with. So, would you get a used Komodo for 2,200 or the Nikon ZR for 2,200 plus taxes? Nikon ZR. Wait, no crop on 4K. That's what I heard. That's what I've been hearing. You could shoot in RAW and it doesn't crop in, which I think has to do with the fact that it's the 12-bit RAW versus the 16, and just the way the sensor's made. So you're obviously, yep. I think yes. Something I've been enjoying is seeing pro teams and athletes tapping into the YouTube space. What the Eagles have been doing. Yep. You got to think a couple of my homies at NFL Films actually did like seminars teaching guys how to make their own content. And that's going to be dope. And this is where, like, I'm only going to very much graze this, but that's where a lot of like the whole like drama side of YouTube in this space doesn't make any sense for me, because if you're able to gain it, say for example, this audience on this channel grows big, being able to collab with NFL players, because most of my content or my most engaged content isn't YouTube drama videos, is going to be so friggin' cool. But again, your digital, like, it's just the idea that your digital footprint is going to mean so much. And when you start getting guys from like the NFL, the NHL, TV celebrities that are going to start getting into YouTube, when things like the collab feature on YouTube is going to be very prominent, a lot of this whole real filmmaker versus not real filmmaker stuff, if that's your big footprint, man, like, you're even from brands. I had a lot of talk with a couple of brands. Like you're making yourself very nuclear, and the idea that now that you're sharing space with some of these people is going to open up a lot of cool opportunities. Sorry, I didn't mention it, but the Axoon put out a new update on the Master 4K. So Constantine, that is absolutely on the table, and I have a conversation with Axoon very soon. Salute. Hey, what up, Charles? Sorry, but I think you made a video about your S12 overheating. Sorry to hear that. Would you compare the Cine M7 Pro to the Hollywood Pyro 5? I don't have the Pyro 5. If I had it, I would. I think I like the Axoon a lot better because it does. There isn't a thing from the Axoon, given the update to have it as a TX and RX. There isn't a thing that it doesn't do for what it is that I would take the Pyro 5 outside of needing a smaller monitor. Off topic, do you know anything about the tilt autofocus adapter for third-party lenses for the new Viltrox adapter? I don't, but I did hear that it's going to work with the eye data, which is going to make those Vespa 2s incredibly valuable. Sorry to link to this. Have you noticed the muddy H.265 performance in the ZR? Hopefully Nikon can fix that. Might be due to their log curve. I only have like 2 clips of that when I was testing out the 4K 120. I don't remember it looking super, super bad. But also I would need more testing. Truthfully, like when I had the camera, I had it for like 4.5 hours. So it's really hard to like go through everything. The ZR sounds like a great camera to recommend to most people, especially people starting on content creation that want something better than an iPhone. Charles, I'll tell you right now, it is way better than an iPhone. And also it's one of those cameras where like if you're someone who dabbles in on if you're someone that dabbles into filmmaking and making content, or you just make like content that looks a little bit more filmic, like the ZR makes absolutely sense in a lot of cases. I could see Cam in the chat now, and I haven't finished anybody's video, so don't be mad. Did it overheat on you in the desert? And that's my question, Cam, because I'm in Canada. We don't have deserts. So I'm gonna get the ZR, but man, I'm gonna miss Sony, even though they suck at software updates and pro tools like waveforms and false color. You don't even have to sell your Sony camera. You could use the same lenses, just get an adapter, and then you don't have to sell anything. You just buy the ZR and show with the ZR. What's going on, Rainy? What are we cooking today? We just talking about everything that's released, but I feel like it sounds hilarious, but I feel like the conversation is the Nikon ZR. And I sent a text message, and I might end up ordering my own. But that's what we done today. You know what it is. Are you okay talking about? Are you going to talk about the Blackmagic 6 Pocket 6K discount of 800? Didn't know that happened. Is it? And a second. Blackmagic Pocket. How much is it? I mean, it's still $23.75. I thought it was going to be like something ridiculous price, but it's still. Are you talking about the Blackmagic Cinema 6K? Yeah, it's still 3,000. Nikon ZR highlight roll off looks good. It does. A lot of it seems to have a lot of color flexibility as well versus something like the FX3, and even handles like, and it says it's a higher resolution. It looks like it handles noise a little bit better. But also I just saw the wildest thing. The Pixis is $600 cheaper than the Blackmagic Cinema 6K. Weird. When's your ZR video coming out? Hopefully tomorrow. I got a lot of work to do tonight, but hopefully tomorrow. How much storage can you put in the ZR? Can you put a 4 terabyte CF card? I don't know. I put a 1 terabyte in there and it worked pretty fine. So, Amar, hey, if you love your stuff. Hey, thank you. Do you think RAW is necessary when filming? Is XAVCI good enough for color grading, manipulating footage? It absolutely is. RAW. It's like trying to think. Getting $3,000 a month as a salary is great, and you're going to be more than happy. But getting $5,000 is also great because it's $5,000 a month. So one is necessary for life, but the second option, having RAW, gonna be better than great. But do you need it? No. Is it really nice? Yes. It's a bad example, but you could see where I'm going with that. Pretty excited about the deity PR4 and PR6. I'll likely get the PR4 for general shoots. Did you see the announcement? I don't know, interested in recorders. I have not seen I haven't seen any. Man, Tim, I haven't seen shit. I got back from Sony condo less than 24 hours ago, and during that time, I spent a lot of time drinking a lot of free alcohol on Sony's dime and playing Super Smash Brothers. That I have seen in terms of like total content I've watched over every single release, 25 minutes, maybe. Do you have any videos of you starting out, like videos of you, like any videos of you starting out on Instagram? But you got to scroll down quite a bit. I didn't make like so. I made YouTube. I haven't made YouTube content like for the last 3 years, but I started freelancing like 7 years, no, 6 years ago, 6 or 7 years ago. So stuff when I very first started, I just have like work from that time. But you're gonna have to scroll down to see that kind of stuff. But it exists, just not on YouTube. I'm getting the Samsung Fold 7. Um, my girlfriend might get that phone as well, which is super random. But we were just talking about that, and I think maybe Terry has one. I don't remember, but somebody has a Z Fold, the 7 Fold. Um, and I want to know more about it because she's like, I want it for the camera, and I'm like, get an iPhone, but we'll see. Walk up early to pre-order the 1970 Pro in orange, and I'm not buying a case. Yeah, neither. I'm gonna get like a clear case because I destroy the backs of my phones. But I pre-ordered the ND filters from Moment because I was like using an iPhone for certain stuff, especially with like ProRes RAW, the log curve, and everything else, and it looks good. Like it looks solid. It's not a camera I'd use like a main, but it looks solid enough. Let's go ZR fan. It's man, it's you know what it is. It's a very attractive price for a lot of features, and like if we've seen anything in the history of cameras in the course of like 3 or 4 years, like you can get a camera that looks one way and it's totally different in 3 or 4 years, and the upside on it for the price point is nuts. Hey, what's going on? Action, I don't even know how you're late. I told you first that I was going live. Stay until December. Tell that to my wife. Hey, leave your wife at home. Leave her at home. Don't ask her if she wants to go to Detsy December with you. Leave her at home. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. Random question. Have you heard of the Lens Node plugin for DaVinci Resolve? It changes your lens to mimic big name brand lenses. Have you tried it? What are your I have not tried it. I have seen people use like a radial filter with a depth map if you want to get the more like swirly bokeh. Um, I haven't seen that before, but I might try it. I wonder if the Nikon ZR Mark II will be. Hey, let Nikon just have some time, okay, man? Like they just did it. They just did the thing. About you have to chill out. You have to chill out. They just got the Nikon. They just got the ZR. Now you're saying, what the Mark II? The Mark One has come out. It just came out. So you have to just let it be. I'm joking. Um, I'm gonna start my YouTube channel thanks to you. Hey, let's go. So now what you got to do now is you got to find me on Instagram, and when you get that first video out, you got to send that DM. My Instagram is just imkofiyeboah, and I get to see your first video. When you get a chance, can you post a couple of screen caps of your Ursa 12K versus the ZR? Pre-order the Pixis 12K. I'd love to see the comparison versus closest thing on the market. Happy Saturday. And/or I wish I still have the ZR on me, and I wish I brought my 12K with me, and I left it at home deliberately because I'm like, I don't want to carry it in my car today. But I just sent a text to my Nikon rep to see if I could pre-order one and just get it direct from Nikon instead of having to wait for a retailer because it's only available at one of them near here, and it's hit or miss if it actually shows up on time or like within a reasonable amount of time. So I just walked into a room. What is YouTube collab? Oh yeah, we didn't even get to that. So YouTube collab. If you guys have Instagram and like you've seen Instagram collab, YouTube is adding that as well. So now when you see videos of like me, Terry, and Cam talking shit to each other, like we could actually collab post each other now. And I don't know how it's gonna work for monetization and posting, but the fact that like I think how it's gonna work is say I do a video with like Cam. When you refresh your homepage because of the suggested algorithm, it'll suggest my videos after. Also, my nose isn't stuffed with phlegm, but like the little nostril muscles or whatever, they contract and I get a stuffy nose. Do you think Big Cook is going to sell his S9 and go 100% all in with Nikon? I don't know. That's a Big Cook question. I don't know. But shout out to Big Cook. I actually referenced one of his takes in my ZR video because he made a really good point about the ZR isn't the camera for filmmakers now. So like measuring everything by our yardsticks isn't necessarily it's not necessarily advantageous, and also like it's just not a good thing to do. But some of these cameras are going to be for the people that like the filmmakers out of tomorrow, and just like um, bigger cameras were used for video production in like the early 2010s, and then things got to mirrorless cameras. There was kind of a friction around that. It feels like there's a little bit of that friction now, which is almost the same talking points when people even went from like DSLR to mirrorless. Pixis. Oh, the Pixis went by. Yeah, it did go by down by $800. I I have half a mind to buy another one. Like 25. No, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to get the Nikon ZR. I'm going to shut up. My 12K is on its way. But that's a steal. That's a big steal. Hit the nail on the head. The fact that I can use my Sony GM primes across the ZR and Sony is an absolute game changer. The fact that you like all this camera has the smallest flange distance where you could use like I think there are Nikon Z to L mount adapters even, or like M to Z mount. There's a lot of possibility, which I think is dope. Need Fuji to make a prosumer cinema camera. Well, I just need them to fix their AF. I think we all would want to see the Eterna with an improved AF. I forgot about the pocket. I think we all did. FX6 Komodo X or ZR. How much money do you have and what are you shooting? We're not doing this no context. What camera should I buy thing? You got to give me context. Taisha Terry does have the Fold 7. Yeah, I got a bug. I tried to call him today, but he didn't answer. But I got questions about it. How likely is it that Nikon expands their newly launched cinema line this year? They just did. Bryce, they just did. They just came out with the Red Raptor XE and the Nikon Z. What else do you want? Huh? AA selfish. AA selfish. I'm joking. They just did, bro. We want more cameras to come out this week? Damn. You know what? I've realized how much of like an uncle I am is like when the ZR and the C50 came out, I'm like, all right, cool. Like I'm good. And then like randomly I found out a new Red Raptor came out. I'm like, guys, chill. Then the Fuji Eterna came out. I'm like, bro, chill. Now they're like I think there's shipping updates on the Pixis 12K. I'm like, bro, chill. Everyone chill out. One at a time. Damn. Greetings from the Netherlands. Hey, what's going on, Angelo? I got off a train yesterday, was on vacation, and Nero went over the data trying to plan to keep up with all the announcements for IBC. Yeah, man, it's a lot. It's way more than I have ever thought about ever. I cannot keep up. In fact, all the videos I have going forward, like they're gonna just be like maybe embargo videos just aren't for me. I'm gonna just wait it out. I just got the Megadab Z to E mount adapter ordered before those bad boys sell out. Yeah, man. It's a lot, but also yeah, that's super smart though. Best to get it before something changes in the tariff landscape. I'm from Canada. We ain't got a lot of changes. New JJK manga. What are your thoughts? Whoa, there's a new JJK manga. Yes, new Jujutsu Kaisen manga. Oh, Mojiro has been as Yakutama for September 8th, 2020. What the Hang on, this is the most important news. Never mind. Shut up. Everyone shut up. There's a new Jujutsu Kaisen manga that Yuji Iwasaki serves as a sequel to the original manga, introducing a new generation of sorcerers, the grandchildren of Yuto Kotsu and Maki Zeni, and features aliens that are kidnapping with Kira's energy. I'm interested. I didn't know there was a Jujutsu. That's the best news of the week. Not getting powerful processors to exceed 7, they can release more video-related cameras. If I'm new into filmmaking, which one of these cameras should I start with, or should I start with a phone camera? Canon depends how much money you have, but take a list of all the new cameras that'll come out this year and pick the cheapest one. Which I mean, I guess is the Nikon ZR, to be fair. There's a new JJK manga. That's wild. Thank you. We love your thoughts on cameras and overall shooting. You made me understand all these cameras. Shooting this massively for camera releases. Oh, respects, man. Thank you. Edmund, I'm not telling you anything because I know you'll actually do it. So I'm not doing that. I got a budget from 10K from my company for a new rig to shoot social media videos. The only requirements is that I start before October, which really sucks with all the upcoming releases. Nino, rent. Take a little bit of a hit, see if you could get some favors done, rent until they come out, and then just run it like that. Z-mount zooms are big. They're giant. That was like the one critique I have for Nikon is like, bro, you got to make smaller lenses. Them bad boys are the 28 to like 135 is massive, and I look like an idiot because it looks like I'm just holding the lens and like I'm not even holding a camera. It's wild, but I was to say the Nikon ZR is finally the answer to the dreaded out of context question: which camera should I buy? It's wild that like that actually has some truth to it. It is a very easy thing to kind of reference to, and even like saying like, "Oh, buy a phone." It's like, well, the iPhone 17 is 2000. The iPhone 17 almost costs as much as the Nikon ZR. Oh, I did not forget that DaVinci lets you process ProRes RAW. We're about to make that video is coming out on Monday. So, Jay Hill, I saw that meme already. I'm gonna try something a little bit different though. I'm gonna try something a little bit different. You see the new tilted boulder production cart? I did, and um, it makes me sad and kind of annoyed because I was trying to get myself the small rig one, and it hasn't come out yet. And I'm like, I need one of them from one of y'all. But like, if I could fold that into a car, I haven't seen. I have to watch the whole thing on the Boulder. But if I could fold that into a car, man, that would stay in my trunk forever. This beats all the camera announcements. It does. I don't know if you guys read or watch Jujutsu Kaisen, but I hope this is Gege's opportunity to redeem himself from some of his transgressions that I personally feel like were transgressions in the original JJK. Hey, Lorio, don't miss. What's going on, boss? It's not the ZR, it's actually the S9. Actually, hang on. That's not even a hot take. Hang on a second. How much is the Lumix S9? Honestly, okay. Nah, I'm gonna give it to Mighty Miggy. That actually is a really good call. The Lumix S9 is probably the best case scenario if you're just starting out because it's only 1200. It's half the price of the ZR and still has 6K open gate, built-in LUT support, anamorphic D-squeeze. Yeah, okay. No. Mighty Miggy, I can give that to you. I give that to you. If you're just starting out, yeah, the S9 is probably. I think it has internal false color. No, it doesn't. It doesn't have false color, but it does have frame guides. Does have anamorphic D-squeeze. And you could have LUT support that you could edit off your phone. Yeah, you know what? I'll give you that. How Utah was in the guts while Rookie was there. Fuck. If you know, you know. Honestly, I'm gonna leave that one. I'm gonna leave that one. Uh, Context, Komodo X or ZR. I want to film my own narrative films and get hired on shoots for ads or for films. Budget around 10 to 15K. I would say maybe the FX6 for the built-in NDs, but not on image quality. If that helps. Hang on a second. Cam just sent me a funny text. That's what I was reading. Oh, you also just paid to pick Blazer Remus. Is the DJI Focus Pro worth the investment? Yeah, I think it depends. Depends on how much you want to rely on using autofocus. I like the Focus Pro. I found it got a lot better as I was using it, and I think just kind of getting used to it. But it works if that's what you want. It just it cost a bunch, so that's the hard part. Gege made Gojo the strongest. Hey, whoa, hang on. Nope, people haven't seen the anime yet. Don't do that. We ain't spoiling that shit. People have not seen the anime. I'm not doing that. I was in the market for a new cinema camera. With all these announcements, it's making it harder to choose one, even after renting a few of them. Yeah. Like it's hard for me. And mind you, like I have my kid already, but it's watching everything that's happening and like it's weird. I think when cameras came out before YouTube and like before this became such a big part of my life, it was very easy for me to buy like one camera and put blinders on and never think about it again. now, because it's so much part of it, like it's a curiosity thing where I'm like, oh shit, the C50's out. Okay, like I want to see what it's about. Like, I want to shoot with this thing for a month and see how things go. Um, it's tough. Like I could understand this being incredibly difficult. I could actually kind of understand the whole like, what camera would you buy sort of thing, because now there are so many options. Like over almost seemingly overnight, there are 5 to 6 more options in your camera decisions where everything was already so good, right? But at the same point, I think it depends on what you need it for the most. But yeah, I could understand it's super tough now. I'm at the airport in Chicago and Scottie Pippen just walked by. I don't know who else to tell who you are. That's wild. That's wild. Get a picture, post it on Instagram, and let the likes run up. Uh, I know you haven't gotten it yet, but what monitor would you recommend for the ZR if making a full rig? Because everyone knows that clients like the brick setup for professional looking rigs. You are correct. I agree with you. And you know what? I don't know. I don't know yet. I know the Pyro 5 came out, and I think it would be like I think I would use a smaller like monitor for the ZR just to keep it tight. Um, I don't know if is there a thinner monitor than the Shinobi? Is there like a thinner, kind of better monitor than the Shinobi? And the Axion's a big monitor, like it's kind of big, and I could see that. Um, but yeah, all those new camera announcements and editing updates, which resolve getting us super optimistic. Yeah, you know what's going to be cool? I think is there are so many options that I almost feel like the conversations around just the camera itself is going to go away. But I think the interesting part about it is like maybe 8 months down the line, we all have like different stuff and we're all like, oh, why did you get that? Or like, what did you do with it? Like, it's because everything's so different. It's like a why did you use the thing and like, what did you use with it rather than just, oh, you have this thing. I'm kind of hoping that happens. I don't know, but we'll see. If you're trying to start into YouTube, for sure, I would recommend the S9 or S9 Lumix, but there's also the Blackmagic 4K, which also got the ProRes update. Yeah, but it doesn't have autofocus. Just need a focus bullet for it. That's fair. Forgot people. Yeah, Cage, you gotta be careful with that, bro. They're throwing out them spoilers. Hey, thanks, Action. What would you say the ZR does better than the Z6 III besides Red Raw? The better video menu. It does have built-in LUT support, and it has something called Red Recipes, where you can put in some of the built-in looks that Red has on their website into your camera as well. 32-bit float internal, which is a huge one. The hot shoe adapter, I think maybe works on the Z6 III as well, but I don't know. Screen is a big one. I know it sounds stupid. It sounds really, really dumb that the screen is going to be like a tipping point for a lot of people. But when you see when you have the camera in your hands with the screen, um, it's different and it's nice. It's you know it's like really nice. It's like driving a really nice car and then having to go back into your car right after. It has camera to cloud, which is something like again, all of these things we knew, but I think a lot of people, and this is maybe like the more frustrating part about this whole release, and it's not even that big of a deal. I can understand it. Is certain people got longer times with the camera, which kind of becomes a hindrance because a lot of us that wanted to do projects with the camera kind of get hamstringed because you only have 5 hours with it. And I can't make a full documentary or a film or have a month to go through all the ins and outs of the camera when I only have less than a day. But there was a lot of features that like weren't covered, and it wasn't necessarily from a no one on YouTube like didn't want to say all the features. It was just you didn't have enough time to go through all of them and show them. So I could sit down and I could tell you everything, but I can't show you everything because there wasn't enough time to get every single thing. Like doing camera to cloud, like doing the red recipes. The red recipe stuff, like I don't even think it's released yet. Like I think it comes out closer to the shipping date where you can get the LUTs. And all of those things, like you can't do them all in 4 or 5 hours. So um there's a few things that it does way better than the Z6 III, even though it costs the same. You saved a lot of people, KG. You're doing God's work. Maybe in like I'm gonna put the channel Discord up. I have a Discord for the channel where people can kind of go and talk and whatnot. Maybe you could leave it up there. I'll put it on the replay. So on the replay, I'll have a link to the channel Discord. Question to the group. It has to be for the group because I don't live in the USA, so it doesn't bug me. Oh, what's going on? Who's Scotty? Scotty Pippen? Mighty Miggy, I'm afraid you're gonna have to use some Google, get some popcorn. I'm not. I yeah. You don't have to like basketball, but you should know who Scottie Pippen is. Had to leave for a while, but not sure if this was asked. But do you know if the ZR and the Z6 III share the same image outside of the R3D RAW, or the image is tweaked? I don't know, but I do think because of from what I understand, the R3D fundamentally looks different than the Nikon N RAW. Like it looks drastically different. Not drastically, but it looks better. And so I think maybe possibly if like R3D NE was enabled on the Z6 III, they'd look similar. But I would probably go on the air and say that it's probably not going to make it to the Z6 III, and therefore they will look different. Just tried the NEV to R3D hack with my Z9. Not sure. And sure enough, it works. Even opens up Red Cine X Pro. Too bad I don't know how to use that program. Yeah, it's a little complicated. And originally, my video, there was like a 5-minute almost rant on the idea that I have to use the Red Cine X to even get the raw off of it. And then literally the next morning, my Nikon rep emails me and he's like, "Nah, it's fine. You can use it unresolved now." So Pix's monitor, but only for the Pix's set. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I guess the Shinobi 2 would be the closest small monitor for the ZR. Holiday shopping coming up. What discount do you want to, do you want your significant other to pay for a piece of gear you really want out of your kit? I don't know. I don't know. You know what I think the hardest part with like being in this thing and then like trying to make recommendations for like birthday presents and Christmas presents is like most things, because they're business expenses, I just buy. I think it'd be a non-camera related thing. I don't think I want anything like related to cameras for birthdays and Christmases. Does the ZR have the red sauce, like that unique look? It does a little bit in a lot of ways, and I think maybe it's because it's like a 12-bit RAW, so it does look better than like a normal XAVC. But it looks for $2,200, man. Like it looks great. I don't think there's anybody that's gonna be able. I don't think there's anybody that's gonna make an argument against the Nikon ZR image quality. More to you. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, sorry. I lied. I think there's a bit more dynamic range in the Z6 III. To which point I'd say maybe Nikon has some thanking to Lumix because they found a way how to squeeze out more dynamic range, but also keeping the readout speed crazy fast. So Sony isn't releasing anything. Bill, to my knowledge, no. We all did the same thing. We all did like we went to Condo that first dinner. We're like, okay, let's see what it is, and then we're all getting text messages, right? Like, best believe, like if you think I don't know, there's what 66 people in chat right now. Imagine that amount of people asking about like an FX8 and an A7 V, and we're just like, no, they told us that we had a ice breaking game that we had to do, and we had open bar for 3 nights in a row. No camera that I'm aware of. Wait until a Sony Condo video. I didn't even make a Sony Condo video. Like literally the amount of like not shit that I did was amazing. I did not do the only thing I think I did was I got a little bit of footage for the my Typox Samara C video coming out. That's about it. That's great. Is certain important. There are many persons that aren't using monitors on their cameras. You for productions. You're right. Also, it does this weird. It does a thing that the ZVE1 does, and when you flip it vertical, the menu goes vertical. Really weird touch to add in, but given the fact that so many people are doing vertical productions, it's just a nice thing to have. This close up throwing out that Premiere Pro just started DaVinci Resolve, but man, I love After Effects. Yeah, that's the tough. Like After Effects is the thing that keeps a lot of people in. The only brand that did nothing this year was Sony. Not necessarily. The RX1 R3 came out. The FX2 came out. A couple lenses came out this year as well. They've done the least in terms of releases, but they knew nothing. Also, Blender is starting to make moves in editing. Nothing professional yet, but I see the vision. I hope, hey, you know what? I hope Blackmagic Design just buys it and adds it to DaVinci, and that becomes the new Fusion. I'm concerned that the individuals filming are underestimating the importance of autofocus. A simple scene where you follow talent walking through a door can be taxing when mainly focusing and holding the camera solo. Yeah, the thing is, 12Y films, there's a lot of things to help out with that kind of stuff. There's like you could get the DJI Focus Pro if you really want to kind of keep the same camera system. I will say autofocus is incredibly useful, but like I think the reason why it might be downplayed a little bit is that like because almost every camera has autofocus now, where it kind of didn't have good autofocus like across the board a little while ago. And for people that use like manual lenses, um, you have stuff for that. Does it work all the time, and does it work unlimitedly? No, but it works when you need it, or where in the parameters that it's in. Google and get some popcorn is hilarious. Yeah, I'm surprised people don't know who Scottie Pippen is. That might also date the person. That might date Miggy a little bit. I don't know if you might be too old or too young. I agree. OV Nikon is not very good at giving creators enough time to really flesh out the features of the camera when it comes out to previewing gear. I've been stuck with the same 2 to 5 hour timeline. Yeah, I had 4 hours, and that was on the longer end. I got a bunch of footage, and then I got some B-roll and kind of called it a day. It gives me like a good overview of like what to expect from the camera, but like in terms of going into some of the like kind of like I guess nitty-gritty features, and the thing is, and I think the frustrating part that kind of sucks is everyone's times are different. Some people got hours, some people got to take it home, some people got days. So it was kind of um when you want to make a video, like and it's kind of the crux with a lot of camera stuff, right? Like one, I would say across the board, a lot of creators that are making this stuff don't necessarily need you to buy the camera right away. Most of the time, YouTube videos will get views for years, even after the fact. And and the amount of cameras you buy on launch day doesn't necessarily impact your relationship with the brand, because those affiliate numbers don't even show up to the brand, if that makes any sense. But also at the same time, like for the most part, on embargo day, like no one really like I personally, I don't care how many people buy the camera. I just want to make a good video. And sometimes making a good video means that you need time. And when you don't give time, and like I don't know if you guys know this, but with embargo releases with cameras, no one gets any sort of cash payment. So you're just out of pocket on this thing. And yes, sometimes when you keep the camera, you can sell it and stuff like that. Oftentimes you can't sell it because you got to give it back. Um, I just wish there was a little bit more time and resources around these things, or at least a heads up, so at least I could make coherent decisions. But with Nikon, I think the marketers are kind of on that page where like they want us to have more time. I think it's just because Nikon's kind of new at this from a uh embargo influencer marketing thing. It's gonna take a little bit for them to warm up to the idea. So eventually it'll happen. It just didn't happen this time. Hold the camera. Oh, that's right. Thanks for answering. I use the Z6 III and love the grip and how responsive the camera was. I'm spoiled by the Lumix menus and customizability, though. Maybe I'll try the Nikon again. Who knows? You know what I like about the Nikon thing, though, is that because the flange distance is so small, I don't feel like you have to give up your current system. Like you could have any system, and realistically, as long as you have the adapter for it, which I think you could adapt any mirrorless mount, you're good. Last year, I couldn't rent any of the Reds as most of the younger crowd prefer Sony and Canon autofocus. Fair point. Some people love Reds, though. I know a lot of people that love the Red Raptor and Komodo X. Hey, Mighty Miggy, have a good one, man. From what I've seen, the skin tones are rendered way better on the R3D than on RAW. That makes sense. I had a little... Red Raw wasn't my... sorry, NRAW wasn't my favorite. Yeah, NRAW wasn't my favorite when I had it. I think I use a lot of H.264 with the Z6 III, but the R3D looks great. All these new cameras have a great, neat feature and look amazing, but if you can't get focus, you can't get the shot. That's my gripe with the Pixis and other lower-cost cinema cameras. I got the Focus Pro for when I need autofocus, to be fair with you. But then again, like cameras like the Pixis aren't cameras where I don't think you should just be running and gunning and playing willy-nilly with it. I think it's one of those cameras where you do have to kind of like settle in and kind of know your shot and then being able to pull from there. And then when you do need autofocus, have a camera with autofocus. Better believe I hit Kofi up with a leak, and you probably didn't get one. I truly, Sony hasn't released anything. To my knowledge, they haven't. Also with like FX line stuff, they don't tell anybody anyways. Like there's not, I think the last time they've done an embargo release with the FX cameras, I don't even think it was the day of, was the FX6 and 3. And maybe the 30. I think maybe the 30. I wasn't in the embargo for the 30, so I bought that camera on my own, but I don't think they're gonna. I think whatever camera's coming out next, I think they're gonna move away from embargo, like that style of embargo releases. And Raw's second year source for yeah, I can agree with that. The NRAW is Nanami and the Red Raw is Gojo. Man, no new Sony cameras at the event sucks, but the new FX lines become better come hard. Yeah, I mean, I guess it kind of sucks, but at the same time, like it would only make I think sound off in the chat if the amount of releases that have come out in the last like 4 days was a little overwhelming, like a little bit, like it was a little bit like whole like I, I do this, I do this. 80% of like my income is this. 20% is freelancing because I just cut off freelance clients because I don't want to be at a bunch of corporate shoots anymore. But this, trying to keep up with this, that was too much. That was too much, and I didn't make any videos last week. I think if it had released this week, it just would have stressed everybody out. Yeah, absolutely there is. They did that with the RX1R, and they kind of did it with the FX2. And I think from a creator standpoint and from a Sony standpoint, I think releasing it without embargo style releases, I think did good for both, because everyone that did the RX1R, views went up and videos were better because you kind of didn't really know who's going to get it. And because there was no day one thing, I wish they did that with other cameras just to see what would happen. But um, it's interesting that the one year that Sony doesn't release 10 cameras in the same year, we're all like, what's happening to Sony? What did they do? But then when they do it, everyone's like, oh no, they're releasing another camera. Like the heel turn is funny. But yeah, no, I think they are just going to start releasing things and not telling people. Sony spoil their users by dropping cameras every second. We Nikon users know it's every 3 to 4 years or something good. No, Nikon still drops some stuff. They drop a couple. They drop what, the Z50, the Z5. I don't know if that's what the name of a camera is. The Z8, the Z, like they drop cameras every year. It's not as often because they didn't have a cinema line. Now they do. These things might change. Salty Cypress Expeditions. If Sony didn't release an FX3 Mark II soon, I bet they drop the price of the FX3 to keep market share. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. We'll see. I don't know. Even when keep in mind, they only dropped the FX9 before discontinuing it by 10%. They might drop the camera price, but not by much. Can you edit ZR in Final Cut Pro? I'm pretty sure you can. If Nikon comes up with a 20 to 50 or 20 to 60 f2.8 more compact compared to their other lenses, I think that'll make the ZR the ultimate travel, content creation, vlogging camera. Yes, I could agree with you on that. I think one of the feedbacks I gave for Nikon specifically was like how much they need smaller lenses. To be fair, though, in the meantime, if you have a Mega Adapt Z to E mount, you can just use all the Sony offerings. Nikon is very conservative. They're very conservative as like a brand. Just like they really keep things close to the vest, almost to a fault. They can afford to loosen up now to be competitive, which I hope they do. I have the Komodo OG and the FX3, and in conflict rather to get the ZR or the Canon R5C. That is going to be between you and the Lord, my friend. See, Mark, one of these prepare the Cook SB3. Man, the video is dope. Yes, that's a perfect example of like I knew Mark had it for a while, and I'm like, man, I wish I had it for a couple of days, but no, film was dope. Film was really, really good. Do you think BMD will bring ProRes that I just form the camera in the future, whether firmware updates or new cameras? I hope so. I think that would actually change a lot of things for the Pixis and other cameras. BMD had an option that wasn't B-RAW. It would make my S1 II versus Pixis 12K choice a lot easier. I would say you and me both, but like I have both. Yeah, 100%. Completely agree. Overwhelming. Most people in my market are asking for Sony FX30 or higher. I'm wondering if this will change. Ranger 7, I think it is going to change. And I mentioned this beforehand. When the FX3 came out and the FX3 style body came out, it was the only one. And also, like, I don't have a short-term memory. The first 2 years of the FX3 being out, people dogged the crap out of that. They thought it was an ugly camera. They didn't know why there wasn't a viewfinder. A lot of people just called it a content creation camera. Like, a lot of people dogged on it for like maybe not having a time code port. That's why it wasn't. There was so many reasons and concessions why like it wasn't a professional camera. And then right around the time when like people found out a Hollywood movie was being used on it, like that rebranded the FX3. But up until for 2020 and 4 days ago, there wasn't another camera that filled that space. The S1 II offers a lot of those features, and I think that's why you get the conversation of people comparing it to it, not to be on some weird anti-Sony campaign. I think it's just because there wasn't a camera that did it. But now that you have the C50 that does all of the same shooting modes and also has things in the camera that Sony doesn't. The Nikon ZR, same thing, has things that Sony doesn't, and is half the price. I think the conversation is going to change because I don't necessarily think, and again, we mentioned this before, the industry where there's clients and productions and stuff like that aren't the only place where people make money doing video. And I'm also not talking about weddings and music videos. For example, Prior to YouTube, I worked on a fitness channel. I don't know if anyone watches Will Tennyson anymore. Not anymore. Sorry, that's a bad thing to say. I don't know if anybody in my audience watches Will Tennyson's channel. I think he's at like 2.5 million, and I started working at his channel at 800,000. And I was using the Canon R5 at the time. I was getting paid a regular industry camera operator rate for 2 years doing that, using a Canon R5, a camera that you wouldn't necessarily assume is a cinema camera or a video production camera, making really good money. And I don't think that's a unique situation. Um, I think, yes, there's an industry where camera requirements are going to happen. But again, as honestly, that industry is on fire and there's people not working and seemingly nobody wants to talk about it. I think the requirements are going to get loosened a little bit because, in a weird way, it's never really mattered that much. It mattered because it was the only one of its kind, not because there was some magical thing about the FX3. Nope, I've been away working, so I have no clue what was released. Also, I'm just waiting for COVID to tell me what to buy next. The FX is still making money, so I'm good for now. That's hilarious. But also, I'll take it. Michael Bay is showing his custom ZR, is what got me. Will make a great C camera for my kit. Oh, Michael Bay has a ZR? I might have to look at that. Mac, you're not late. You're fashionably late. Damn. Mac Chaudhry with the super chat and also probably has deep pockets because god damn. Mad for me for being mad late. Well, now I'm gonna stay here longer because I can't be dipping out after a super chat like that. So we're gonna stay here and talk about more camera stuff. Also, like, it's not lost on me. There are people that are gonna say you don't need the latest and greatest new cameras, but yeah, we get it. Hey, it's the time of the season. It's tech season. We're gonna talk about technology. I'm gonna say this right now, and this is for anybody that may have problems with talking about cameras as cameras release, and we all like cameras. Um, we're allowed to like stuff. We're allowed to like talking about stuff. That's the basis of how YouTube exists and YouTube works. So we're gonna talk about some stuff. And if you don't like talking about cameras, you ain't gotta be here. You know what the title was. That also uh, was a weird segue to answering VN's question. Heard multiple things going on in Canada. Seems more alive than the Hollywood. Seems like it's spiraling. From your experience, is Canada the film scene for more easy for finding peeps to work with? Yeah, I think so. Like, I feel like no. See, I'm half and half. I've traveled so much this year that it's really hard for me to say yes because I've been gone for so long that when I come back home, I'm like, I don't have nearly the foundations in terms of like a local crew that I thought I would. As to before I as to before I started YouTube anyways. I was working a lot with a bunch of different people. Um, I think it is easier if you're someone who's freelancing. I think it's easier if you're a content creator as well. There's a frig load of us that live here, despite the fact that I barely see anybody anytime, which is weird. But there is a lot of opportunity here. But at the same time, I have a lot of friends in the US where I'm like, if I had lived over there, my life would be easier. So I guess the grass is always greener in some ways. Um, but also, like, moving states, I think can be fine too. And I think a lot of the things in California and Hollywood got moved to other places. I know a lot of guys in Miami and Atlanta that have a lot of the work that was in LA. So I think it might just be everything used to be so concentrated in Hollywood, and I think it's spreading out. But also, movies aren't making as much as they used to. There's more viewership on YouTube television than there is on Netflix. So things are spreading out. And that's what I mean about like some of these new cameras are going to be catering honestly to things that are going to end up on YouTube, whether we like it or not. Catch you later. I'm about to work. I'll tune in the next live. Hey, thank you, man. Thank you for pulling up for like 2 hours too. Mac sure knows how to make an entrance. Yeah, Mac is the new live stream sponsor. Thank you. That's awesome, man. Thank you. Getting started. Yeah, Vienna, you get started. Keep in mind, if you guys move to Canada to start pursuing like filmmaking or content creation, it's cold as shit for like 6 months out of the year. So just be very aware of that. When filmmakers have years to make a feature film, the results are great. Hours with a new camera to make it look good doesn't sell. Good to sell doesn't work, in my opinion. Give people time to cook. Tim, I agree with you. And we all have kind of been saying that. We've said the same things to Sony. I think the only ones that kind of give us like time is going to be Lumix. And sometimes even that's like a little bit shorter. But honestly, I would love 60 days with like any lens or any camera. Give me 2 months. Like, give me 2 months to like flush it out, play around with it. Also, like, I have a life. I don't want to just spend my whole time making videos about cameras. I need about a good 2 months with some stuff, and I hope that happens later on. What I miss? We're just talking, bro. We're just talking about all the new releases and the fact that like there's so many of them. I haven't caught up, so I feel a little bit better. The fact that like my round of new camera stuff coming out, like I'm not gonna start till tomorrow. All these new cameras coming out. I just bought a 50R. Hey, 50R is still one of the best photography cameras you can get. There, I said it. If you could find one on eBay, they are great. Terrible at video, god awful autofocus, but I don't care. Picked up a Canon's. Oh, you got the C50. Okay, I knew you were contemplating, but I was considering the ZR. But I don't know. Some of those usability things would bother me. Mac, I feel like it's gonna age well. That's my take. I mean, if micro HDMI really bothers you, by all means, I think that ZR is gonna age like fine wine. When vertical videos are adjusted from the ZR, are they rotated automatically? I think so. But I do know like once you turn it 90 degrees, like if you have the Manfrotto one tripod and you turn it, it literally turns the whole menu aside, which I'm assuming it'll rotate it for you. Look at Sony still joking. Well, T plug. Wait, why am I just realizing now you're the cameraman? Yeah, I was there for like 2 years, bro. We shot a lot of stuff on the R5 and then the C70, R5 and C70, and I think I did a little bit of FX6. But yeah, I was there from about 880,000 to just over 1.5 million. But yeah, I was doing that while while I was doing my freelance gigs, I was working on that day to day. Uh, we have to see the C50 14 milliseconds rolling shutter. I think it's higher in open gate, but yeah, I think it's not bad for what you get. It's not bad at all. Right. Techtober is upon us. No, we're in Techtember. What do you Techtober? We're only like a week and a half into Techtember, and 5 cameras came out. What's wild about like Ranger 7, you know what's hilarious about that is that like so many things just came out in the first week of September. There's still October and up until Black Friday. We just got here. It's gonna get like October is gonna be wild. And I think that's also where Sony's like, you know what? We don't want September. We want the rest of the year. Maybe. Who knows? Coming from film school based in LA, everything's moving to streaming YouTube. Yeah. Like this is a conversation at Cine Gear, I think. There's a big like maybe like 400 people in the room, and they had a lot of film students in there. Um, the owner's a creator who like Armando and some of the guys from Condor Blue were there as well. They also had Shane Holbert from Filmmakers Academy. They had like an exec from Black Magic, and that was kind of the sentiment, man. Like a lot of the sentiment was the screen of which you're going to see a lot of this content, a lot of this premium stuff is just getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And a lot of the tools, a lot of the sponsorships, a lot of the money is just shifting to smaller screen work. Um, and right now, literally as it is, I think they did the numbers last year, and YouTube television is watched more than Netflix's, which is insane. So saying the S1R2 is perfect for Canada. It is. I mean, it's perfect for Norway as well, apparently, from what I understand. For that whole overheating thing, I you're gonna believe me or not believe me, a lot of that shit happened months after the fact, and we were all like, I wish I could show you screenshots from the group chat. We were all frantic, like, Sean, what the hell's happening? What's going on? And like we're trying to send screenshots back and forth and like try to send like what the temperature is outside. I'm sending like sun seeker screenshots and where the position of the sun is to try to figure out what the situation was. That whole thing was a mess. Um since Nikon put 32-bit float in the ZR for 2200, all cameras should add it in the next releases. Yeah, I'm with that. Do you think no? Um, I don't even think this is secret information. I don't think there's going to be another Ronin 4D ever. I think like they almost don't even need to. They'll just have to make the new like the new head thing. They just have to make new ones. They don't have to make a new R4D at all. Oof. Hey, boys, we might get a ZR for a good ass deal. I'm trying to make something happen. Ah man, hate to dine and dash. My boy needs help practicing Taekwondo. What the hell? So Mac Chaudhry is rich and he fight people. We'll catch up on it later. Have a good weekend. Hey, thank you, man. Hey, thank you, Mackie. That money is going into the Nikon ZR fund. Actually, hold up. Let me I'll ask the chat. There's a couple of you guys left, right? Like 50 of you. First of all, how much of you guys are buying the Nikon ZR? Secondly, um, would you guys want a camera guide on the Nikon ZR? Let's just sound off in the chat if like that's something you guys would be interested into. Because I feel like, and this is something that like a couple of my friends have told me, is they enjoy the style of content that I put out, but I think sometimes it feels disconnected because I'm talking about Ursa Cine 12Ks and $3,100 Lumix S12s and stuff like that. Pulling it a little bit back and getting a little bit more affordable is what I did with the FX30, and it did really well. Let me know if A, if you guys are going to be picking up this Nikon ZR, and B, um, is there a world where you guys want to see that type of content? Uh, it gets earlier and earlier every year. Yeah, honestly, I was getting emails for stuff for tech season in the middle of August. Like it's at, like tech season's wild. If I may. So it makes you think you know something's coming. I don't. Like hand to God, I don't actually know what's coming. There's things that are inevitable, but I actually don't know what they are, and no one told us shit. So, and I think that's I honestly I think that's Sony's new marketing plan because it actually like with the RX1 R3, it actually worked really really well. Where almost nobody had it on launch day, and then every so often you'd see like a video, and it makes it easier to digest too. Because like I'm sure a ton of people get overwhelmed by embargo videos. So when they kind of come up sporadically, it's easier to digest. And all the creators were like, hey, the guys that did get it, it did great for them from a viewer perspective. I think with proper firmware updates, unlock to up to 30K open gate, false color, creative film channels, then I can age like fine wine. Like, keep in mind, like, we're getting a lot of these cameras in V1 firmware. Even look at like the S5 2X and how that went from a camera nobody took seriously to like the cheapest full frame open gate camera with decent autofocus in like a couple years. What do you think about the rumored DJI camera? Do you think will happen this year? No. Um, yeah, I could say that pretty comfortably. I don't think there. I don't. Truthfully, I don't even think there is a mirrorless camera. I think we just made that up, and then we just ran with. Like sometimes we sit too close to the TV screen when the rumor sites come on, and we run with things, and then it ends up not being a thing, and we all get disappointed and blame the company instead of saying like, "Hey, we gotta take this up with a grain of salt." Uh, it was more so since he went to do a Sony Creator Conference and had to ask. I don't know what you're talking about. I have an A7C2, and I don't. Where is Austin? Oh, the Sony joke. I didn't borrow an FX3. I have an A7. I own an A7C2. It's beside me. Um, I'm toying with it. It's between that and the new Canon. I'm gonna test out the new Canon. I'm buying a ZR. I plan to start a YouTube channel as well. No, I'm not buying it, but yes, I'd like a walkthrough. Okay. Yes and yes. Yes to camera guide. Are you telling us to buy the Nikon ZR? Then yes to the Kofi guide. Don't kill me. I'm not telling you to buy anything, but I think one of the things that, like, one of the opportunities I think that I kind of squandered a little bit was because a lot of the videos I do make are like kind of camera guides in a weird way. Just making a formalized guide and just kind of putting it out there. Um, Also, in times when I'm like between videos, like it's kind of nice to kind of get those things done. So, dude, because I'm buying it maybe around Black Friday. Okay, ZR Guide Brigade. I'm buying the ZR. Okay, being able to see a camera guide is more of a better review to me than seeing how I'd use it and how I'd like the OS. Okay. Pre-order for 23.5 euros in Portugal, Europe. Okay. Yes, so the camera guide you should make a ZX series like you do with the FX630 and 3. Yeah, that's exactly what the plan is. That's exactly what the plan is. And I think I'm going to do that with multiple cameras now because like I'll be real, like I just kind of started turning down client stuff and like, oh, I have an email from my website that I did not answer, and I should have. And it was yesterday night, and I should have answered it. I was just about to say how I've like turned down a lot of client work, and now I just realized that there was a job I actually wanted. Let me try to find that. Holy shit, I fucked that up. Guys, give me 1 second. Hang on. Square space client form. Thank God I put a flag on it. Sorry. Sorry, I had a that's a Raven moment. I definitely will. I was gonna do it like I'm gonna do that with I was gonna do it with some of the S line cameras, but I feel like Dustin's pretty much handled that a little bit. And I still have the S12E is now my girlfriend's camera, but I have the S1R and S1R2, and I use them like a lot for the channel. Um, and I feel like those are cameras where I feel like it's better that I show what the camera can do rather than tell you how to use it, especially because Dustin Armstrong has a full course. I think the Nikon ZR is going to be the camera I'm going to make a guide for. There's a couple of projects I have in the works, and especially because like I was just about to say, I say no to a lot of client stuff. Um, I could make part of the job just being an educator, and then use whatever the resources from that to make my own stuff. And also because I think somewhere down the line I want to break away a little bit from relying on brand deals so much that I have something going on for myself. Like the Kofi cups are great, right? Like that's a nice kind of like passive income thing. Um, I want to kind of diversify a bit more. So I think doing guides on things like the ZR and some of the other stuff would be really cool. Does the ZR image look better than the ZVE1? The ZVE1 looks like the FX3. I could say I would be a liar if I looked at you in the eyes and I said that the ZVE1 is better than the ZR image quality wise. I'd be a liar. So yeah, I'm very tempted to get the ZR, but don't want to get it until you do a full rig build on it. I like that there's a community of people that like the things that I have to say so much that a lot of their decisions are based on that. It also is a lot of pressure because I never want to be the kind of I don't want people to buy a camera just because I like it, because I like a lot of cameras, but I want people to make informed decision based on the information as I know it, if that makes any sense. Love your rigs are practical. I think what I'm gonna do with the ZR, honestly, you know the hard part with the ZR, and I think I would use it on more client gigs if I'd had open gate, because there's clients like the clients I do keep, I do need open gate for. But for like everything else, where like I work, like there's a gym like in the city that I go to fairly often, and sometimes I just feel like getting like photos and content for Instagram or like content for YouTube that I feel like doing a lot. Um, I think I'll shoot that stuff on the ZR. And also, like, if there's a lens test and I want something compact and I don't want to bring my Ursa to everything, like, I think I'll just do that. And maybe I'll do it that way. Curious if film festivals are still worthwhile or if scrolling straight to YouTube to get views and ad revenue is a better route now. I think for a lot of people, the second one, from what I understand, like, I've only worked on a handful of projects that have gone to festival. And I think because there's a lot of politics involved in a lot of some of the stuff like that, and like even then you could pay all the money to go to a film festival and still come up short. Maybe not. um Love how your rigs are practical. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Evergreen is the way. I think there's a couple of things that I really want to like do. And also I feel like the idea of, and again, this is just it's my the transparency post of the day. I think the idea of when people try to use YouTuber as a derogatory thing has indirectly stopped me from making really important videos. I think that would help the audience a lot, in the hopes of like not being called just a YouTuber kind of thing, which is a really backwards way of thinking about it. Um, and just kind of not looking at that as a derogatory thing anymore. There's things that I wanted, like those videos I want to make now that I feel way better about than trying to constantly um do the whole I'm a real filmmaker thing. And I think it's a stupid argument. I think it's a stupid conversation. So yeah, to that same point, I think making a lot more evergreen content and just using the skills that I've learned from freelancing and other stuff, and then just using it and applying it to this stuff, which most of us do, whether for better or for worse. Depends on how you would use one. Is the same market as the BF or FP has, but cinema focus. Maybe you should work out. But well, I have to read that again because I feel like my brain just broke. Depends on how you would use one. As the same market as the BF or the FP has, but cinema focus. Maybe you can see how it works best for you in today's market. See, here's the thing. Like, I don't, a lot of, because I actively don't take on certain client projects, I don't think I'm the best person to make the reasoning of this is going to be like, this works in my workflow for clients. Cause like with YouTube, I don't take on as much client stuff because financially it's stupid to do. It's me particularly doing this in service to people who I think that works for, if that makes any sense, which is a little bit more, I don't like using the word empathetic, and I don't know another way to explain that. But it's more for you than it is for me in terms of what I do professionally than it is for you and what you might do. I hope that makes sense. I would but maybe later. My current secret savings is for the Hassie. Fair point. I would love to see content on it in the C50. C50 is potentially going to be fleshed out by Monday. Um, Potentially on Monday. I don't have a phone call on Monday to figure out the C50 stuff. iPhone 17 Pro Max versus ZR. iPhone 17 Pro Max with the ZR. Wait, both can do ProRes RAW and have USB-C. Maybe. Blackmagic camera app just added OpenGate firmware update as of now. It's just in Rec 709. Works on the past iPhone models I used to use. I've already like even like getting iPhone content is something that I want to try out. Like I think one of the things I'm kind of realizing is that if I keep trying to posture up as like the filmmaking channel doesn't make a lot of sense, but just being a creative person that likes video, I think is going to be kind of a direction of the channel, but I don't think it changes a lot of things. Um, that's something that speaks a little bit more to what I want to do, but I might start popping out with some iPhone footage or my iPhone content because I have that going on. Why you choose to purchase the Nikon ZR? You have the Beast, which is the Ursa Mini LF. Because I want to carry the Ursa Mini LF all over the place, bro. It's heavy. Sometimes I like autofocus, bro. Like I don't know what to tell you. Different cameras are different things, but also for me personally, because a part of my job now is also doing education on some of the tech stuff, it makes the most amount of sense to have a lot of cameras at home so I could. It's easier to show how those things work. Like there is a little bit of a disconnect, right? There are YouTubers that are on this platform that are in kind of the camera filmmaking space that still have client work and are trying to kind of get out of the client work rat race because it unfortunately is a rat race and there's better leverage doing other things. And there's people that have kind of made it over the hump. Like I've recently made it over the hump. So, which is actually a little bit harder because you have to think about how to you're creating your own stuff in the background. Like I have two documentaries I'm working on the Ursa that I'm kind of doing separately and I'm leaving a little bit of that content outside of YouTube because I don't want to feel like I have to make a piece of content before I finish the film kind of thing, even though there's like one lighting breakdown, but there's that on that end. But then at the same time, like this is your world, right? And you could build a brand and a business off of a lot of the things that you have to say. But all of that roundabout to say, I own a ton of different cameras for a ton of different reasons. This S12E right now, that's the YouTube channel camera. My R2, my S12, I shoot everything on there because I don't think there's any more tutorial content that needs to be made on that. I think a lot of people know what they're doing. But I use it to shoot everything because they look really nice and it's easier to move them around. The ZR is kind of a combination where it's a really good platform to teach on for people starting out. Excuse me. And at the same time, it's a little bit more of a wider audience. Sometimes I buy cameras just so I could teach stuff on, to be honest. I got the X106 a little while ago because it's a good thing platform to teach on. For me, creative possibilities with the ZR form factor are more intriguing to me than the non-open gate thing. I have 6K open gate already with my two main LFs. Fair point. Why are so many filmmakers in Toronto? I just realized all y'all are from there. Is it the influence of TIFF or something else? No, there's a gigantic opportunity to there's an opportunity to audience size gap where Toronto, BC are probably and Montreal are like the main three hubs for filmmaking, but there's also so little opportunities and so many people that are talented. So we all end up just getting on YouTube. Also, I think what ended up happening was in like the Peter McKinnon era, all of them were friends. So as a Canadian, when you see a bunch of people from Toronto making it work, more people from Toronto will try to make it work. And then it kind of meshes together where you get people from like the 2018 era to the 2020 era. I would call myself like a post-pandemic YouTube channel in that regard, where to be honest, when I think about like anybody post-pandemic that started making YouTube in this space, I'm the only one in Toronto. Everybody else is a lot more before me. No, that's not right. No. Anthony Stefano is around that same time as well. Um, I think that's just what ended up happening. That you when you see when you see the representation, it's easier to come in. You can change more with the ZR because of the red name. Charge more. That's fair. Although camera's objectively less, so like, which actually makes it kind of cooler. About to pre-order as soon as I get this per diem check. Hey, let's go. Yeah, here's the thing. Like, I don't even care if like, again, my video's not out yet. So in terms of trying to grab affiliate marketing stuff, I could care less. Here's a play call. If you get the ZR, keep it for 6 months, make the guide, and sell the ZR to me before Swim Week, May 2026. Here's the thing. I think with some like educational courses and stuff like that, hopefully we'll see. You're supposed to pay your money back with a guide. And I think that's where I'm kind of at with that is like I could justify buying a camera if the content that I make with it between either making stuff for different brand deals or maybe just becomes a dedicated like Instagram reel camera because my girlfriend steals my S9 on an often basis. Um, if I could make whatever I could make in order to justify the purchase of it is, I mean, that's what you call a business expense, to be honest. Hopefully you pay the money back with the guide that you do make, but I am going to take a look at it. I think, you know what? I think that'd be a cool thing to do. I think you might, so what I'll do is like maybe on the channel, it'll be a lot of like what I do with the ZR. And then I'll kind of have a lot of the guide stuff kind of in the background. Heard someone say that low light capability is as good as a ZVE1 FX3. Bill, I showed a screenshot of 12,800 versus the 6,400. You're not gonna like if you're someone who's like a diehard FX3 fan, you're not gonna like tomorrow at all. I don't say anything inflammatory, but like the results will speak for themselves. Hey, Jason Morris in the cut. What time is it, bro? You gotta go to bed. Oh no, you're just waking up at 6:30 in the morning for you. Low light in the ZR is crazy clean. Jason, do you still have yours? Because I'm a try I'm trying to make a deal with Nikon real quick to see if I can get myself one. I'm trying to see if I could buy one and see how trying to see if I can get any discounts on it. Just a YouTuber is the dumbest and most played out statement, bro. You guys are literally the future, not glazing. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I think it's a different world. It's YouTube is a different world entirely. I think the reason why I think some people downplay the whole YouTuber thing is because YouTube, and I think I said this in a community post. YouTube isn't a professional platform. You don't come to YouTube to evaluate how professional somebody is in the space. What you do come for is how they communicate, which is the same reason why I don't know anything about Peter McKinnon's photography outside of the bucket shot. But he's amassed an audience because he's a master communicator. He's incredibly good at communicating an idea. And that's what people come for. Whether you entertain or you educate, your ability to say a topic and then communicate that topic to someone else is where you become successful on YouTube. If you ever watch Penguin Zero or Charlie Smith, that man has never left his bedroom and never changed his camera from his webcam, but averages 4 million views a video. The reason why that happens is because he's so good at communicating ideas that it's no B-roll. There's no cuts. There's no nothing. Maybe he cuts to a video when he has to reference a clip, but there's nothing. There's no cinematic anything to it. Um, that's what YouTube is for. And I think because that's a different skill set, on top of that, like having video skill sets work really well, I think people haven't necessarily, you have to come face to face with your insecurities around your ability to communicate, whether you don't like your face or you don't like your voice. And I think a lot of people in the industry don't know how to do that. So the easiest part is to make it sound like a bad thing. But thank you for that, Bill. That was a roundabout way of me saying it. Are you going to try Sony Glass on the ZR? Yes, probably. Is this as good as the ZV1 FX3? Bill, I'm gonna tell you, man. It is. It's good. I think it's good. So, Nikon makes the best 1.8 lenses. Great price on f1.4 lenses. Fair enough. They're just huge lenses. Obviously, there's a preference to what you think is best bang for buck. RGB key light. Oh, obviously, this is the preference. What do you think the best RGB? Let me play this last place. I have a bunch of Nanlite stuff. I have the Nanlite 60C. That's my key light right now. I do like the cam light. I do like the Zhou and Molis RGB 100 something, I think it's called. That's like the technical name. I like it a lot. I literally keep 2 in my trunk, and I keep a softbox and an adapter. So whenever I'm like in a pinch and I need a light that's 100 watts, I just pull out one of the cam lights. So, um, not sponsored. Yo, how was Condo? Brandon, Condo was great. I think it was. You know what? When I first went and they didn't have a product announcement, I think a bunch of us were a little confused, and then we kind of like sat with it and thought about it, and we're like, I kind of like this. I actually kind of like this. I actually think this is kind of nice that like I don't have to um that I don't have to do anything. And what ended up happening was like it just became like it became a weekend of just everyone kind of chilling out with people you don't see. I do love Nanlighted Nanlux. I do too. I worked with them for a while and then I never heard from them again. Don't know what I did. I would love to do it again, but I'll have to just earn my spot again, which will be fine. But I did like working with Nanlighted Nanlux, and they do have really great stuff. Let me know how to get a discount on the ZR because I need 3 of them. Brandon, you know that your contact, just ask him. I asked mine. I'm just like, hey, I ain't asking it for free because I'm not I don't want to be entitled. I'm just saying I plan on making more videos. I want to buy one. How do I make it happen? I want to buy it. Sorry, I got a lot of friends that are never mind. I don't know why I did that hand thing. Sorry. Use Kobe for discount. I wish. Can't confirm he loves the cam lights. You're right. Brendan has been on a lot of the videos that I've been on, a lot of videos that I shoot, which is really nice. It's really cool to have like a team of people that like help out with stuff. But I do have a cam light and I do use them quite a bit. I actually broke one. That's why I haven't made the video yet. Kobe, make the content you want to make. Never hold back. As much as I joke about you being the reason why I bought the FX6, you made me decision easier by making a comprehensive guide. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I would be a liar to say that like some of that discourse doesn't bug me a little bit because I don't like having my character misrepresented. Although I think some people are trying tooth and nail to do that, or I don't know, get a reaction. I don't know. So that does, I mean, that bugs anybody from time to time, right? So it is endearing and really nice that there are people that don't believe in those things and also are encouraging that, yeah, this might not be a short film of a video, but it's something that you can like take with you and it's helpful. So glad it was chill and you got to relax. I didn't do shit this week, Talbot. And like, you know me, I didn't do jack shit this week. I might have gained another 15 pounds because I drank so much, but I didn't do jack shit this week. More companies should do these hangout chill sessions that build community. Yes, I believe you. Lumix does a good job. Like people get to hang out with Sean a couple hours every week, which is cool. Now that Sony will have B-Raw and DaVinci Resolve and ProRes RAW, what will you be shooting? What will you be shooting in for your Sony cameras? I only have the A7C II as it currently stands, and I'm really happy with the A7C II. A lot of like the smaller lenses that like you can't really get in other mounts, I like it on the A7C II. But now that it has B-RAW and stuff, the hard part is that I like the whole excitement for me about it having B-RAW was the fact that ProRes RAW didn't work on Resolve. Now that it works on Resolve, I'm like, well, now what? Because like now I have 2 RAW formats that both need external monitors. However, I think Lumix has to do a lot of thanking to Apple because now the S1 bodies do have an internal RAW format. And I think that's going to be interesting. Are the cameras that have internal ProRes RAW currently can now use it on DaVinci Resolve, which might be more frequent. I use a lot of Pavel. Yeah, the Pavel Slims are really dope. I want the 4x. I want the 2x2 Pavel Slim. Really bad. I might buy one, but I think it's like $2,000 Canadian, which is a lot. Not counting the Brano and up, but obviously OCM would be the play. Yeah, I don't know. I think because I don't freelance as much, my inclination for Sony FX cameras is a little bit less because I use them a lot for freelancing because it was just easier to get multiple cameras. If I had other shooters, it was easier to find. Just a lot of people have the FX line. Now that it's not like that, there's like unique things about each camera that I'm kind of into. Sorry, that sounded terrible. Caleb. Z6 III with a discount now for same price like ZR is a good deal too. Yeah, you're right. That's not a bad deal. The Nikon ZR identifies as red. It does both, actually. At least that's from my Nikon rep, said that they're going to be two separate things. But they're going to be separate but together, if that makes any sense, which it probably doesn't. Hello, how are you using the Phantom LUTs? I barely use Phantom LUTs. I mean, on the FX, so you're probably watching videos from like 2.5 years ago on the FX6 if you're talking about Phantom LUTs. I've since sold my FX6 and I make my own. I make my own LUTs nowadays. The ZR is significant as a release as when they did their first mirrorless camera, the Z6. The future upcoming cameras will surely change. Yes. Honestly, I think a lot of camera brands are going to start thinking about their screen sizes. I think they're going to start thinking about internal RAW. Like a lot of things are going to change. Just in terms of camera bodies, and I think also just like how much a brand is going to give to us. I think it's going to change a little bit. Stokes, so you'll be able to have the brain for a few days. I mean, my brain was on when we were screaming at each other playing Mario Kart, but outside of that, man. Did you try photo mode on the ZR? I took a total of 7 photos on the Nikon ZR. And that's about it. Allegedly, the Pix's 12K is on the verge of shipping. There are things I know about Blackmagic I'm not going to say here. So yes, you are correct. It is probably going to end up shipping by the end of this weekend. I got one coming in, and that'll be it's going to be hard because like it's going to be tough. There's a lot of cameras in the house. But I think what's going to be fun is just like honestly, I think what's going to be fun is making videos about all this stuff, which is going to be cool. I think that's going to be the more fun part for me. Brennan, he just told me the price. Is that bullshit? I'm so confused. There's a missed opportunity with the Nikon, the micro SD, and on the ZR. They should have adopted the micro SD Express scene on the Nintendo Switch 2's 800 scene. Any thoughts? Yeah, my thoughts would be honestly, considering the fact that none of the Reds had dual Express cards, having even the micro SD is not a gigantic deal for me personally. But also, I think all of these shooting modes that aren't RAW can be read on the micro SDs. Where I think even if the data rates are what they are, I don't know how I don't know if there's going to be like a heat issue or whatever the case might be, or like a processing issue trying to use the micro expresses. But also, like, I don't think it's super far fetched that if you want to have a RAW format on a card, you'll use CF Express of some sort. I don't call it a hindrance. Honestly, I don't, because me calling the hindrance on having the second card slot would also mean that there's something wrong with the Red Raptor, the Red Komodo, the OG not having them at all. So I'd rather one than none, if I'm being honest. Is there an update from the LCD Techie electronic variable? What? Baxter, I don't know what that means. Oh, Kofi, I asked our friend at Nikon if the price was bullshit when he told me the cost of it. I didn't believe him. Yeah. Man, I left. I think I got up when my rep was like, "Oh, by the way," because they gave me the Canadian pricing, because obviously, and they had like a list of all the other cameras and what the prices were, and they put like the Nikon one at the end. And I don't know if you got a different name for your Nikon. Mine was called like the Nikon ZXX, and I'm like, that's not what it is. But they told it to me, and I'm like, no, it's not. I'm like, I would have. And he asked me, he's like, oh, how much do you think it is? And I'm like, I don't know, like $39.99, because like the FX3 is 5,000 in Canadian. And I'm like, $1,000 less. I think that's probably what it is. And then he's like, nah, it's $29.99 Canadian. I'm like, get the hell out of here. What's wrong with you? That's wild. Yes, all shooting modes can be used. No heat issue. I used micro SD for video at times with my ZF. No hindrance. People are blowing it out of proportions. Yeah, all shooting no heat issue. Yeah, so like at least my like when I was there, my rep was like, hey, you can just use SD cards and you can shoot everything not raw. So like if you don't need raw, which I mean a lot of people aren't going to need it. A lot of people are gonna see raw for what it is and say, cool, and they're gonna move on with their lives. So I I don't think it's a hit. I don't know. Maybe you know what? I think it's because micro SD and micro HDMI were pain points before. Um, I think maybe that's the reason why, but I don't like. I mean, I don't know if anybody else remembers it, but like all the cameras that did video had micro HDMI, and you just roughed it, and it didn't bother you over time. So who says? Also, like monitors were crap back then to compare what they are now. So. What films are you excited about? I'm all in for Tron Ares and PTA Battle one after the other. Yeah, both of those. I think Tron Ares is going to be interesting, although I'm not a giant Leto fan, to be fair. Um, but I'm up for Tron. Hang on a second, VN. Have you seen the peak battery grip from Amaran? No, I have not. What's that? Images. Amaran peak battery. What the hell is this? Oh, that's cool. That's kind of cute. Oh, that is kind of dope. Can I see with the light on it? Can I see what it looks like with the light on it? That's dope. That's cool. That's a cool like little travel accessory. That's really dope. Thinking of buying a used Z7 for photos and a ZR or just a Z6 III for both. Do you think it's worth paying a bit more and getting both? That depends on what you shoot, man. A lot of times that's between you and the Lord, my friend. Shooting a camera that has R3D, not in R3D, there should be a law. You know what? I can get with you on that loud and clear, but I do think that there are going to be people because like think about it this way: the Nikon ZR cost exactly the same as the Nikon as the Sony ZV-E1, and a lot of people that are content creators and vloggers buy the ZV-E1. So there's going to be people that are going to buy the ZR just because it's the same price and there's more upside, and they're not going to use the RAW for a long time because they're going to buy it and be like, "What the frig is RAW?" Um, so I think I'm with you on that, but I do think that people aren't going to use it for that. The Raptor XE is a really good price point. However, I'm not sure if it makes more sense to save the money with global shutter, but giving up the extended highlight mode in exchange. I think it is when it's half the price or almost half the price. And like I think it's half the price. Some people like full frame sensors and don't need slow motion. If it was 1999.99, I'd say maybe, but it's almost half the price of the original Raptor. Like again, a lot of these cameras are like coming out at like 50% of the price with not that big a drop in terms of features. Uh, what may as well get a Komodo X. You literally don't need the extra resolution. I think it's a good shot, especially if you want to jump up into that full frame. Bro, my XC3 broke its HDMI port. If I looked at it wrong, that's crazy. I think you get clamps now for you can get clamps on your cage if you're going to use micro HDMI, but also if Nikon just puts if they just put the tools inside of the camera, I won't need a monitor for a lot of things. Great reaction to the price. That's hilarious. Also, I'm not a Leto fan, but have a soft spot for Tron films. Yeah, Tron Legacy was great. It's a pretty big DR boost without, and then of course the VV and the extra IO. Yep, that's where I'm at too. For half the price, that I could agree with that. Although for me personally, having a Ursa Cine, I don't have a use case for the Red Komodo, so the Red Raptor XE. But I can see people that are getting into that camera size. That's like the under 20K camera. That's a great camera. I'm happy all these new cameras like the ZR and Fuji Eterna can adapt to Sony E lenses. Can you adapt the Eterna to E lenses? Can you do that? It's like some dude on the Red forum was asking about a bug that happens when shooting ProRes on the KX. As if anyone ever does that. Honestly, I think I'll probably shoot R3D on the ZR a lot. I'm still trying to figure out if I'm probably gonna buy one. But I'm only gonna buy one if I sit down and I make a script and script out all of the stuff in the guide. That's the only way that'll bring me to actually buy one. And if I don't do that, then if I don't finish it within 60 days of buying the camera, then I'm gonna return it, because then it doesn't make any. Then I'm just buying a camera to buy a camera, and I don't want to do that. If you're gonna get one more lens for your GFX, which one would you get? Brendan, this has been a question I've been asking myself because I don't know. I think they have a really good 23 mil for like super wides, and I think that's what I would get if I was to choose anything. Hey, what's going on, Greg? Seriously consider trading in my KX for the XE. I think you should. Talbot, we had a conversation about the Nikon ZR. And I think if there was a camera that you were going to invest into the system for, no, because I know you as more well than everybody else here. I think that you would have a lot of fun with that ZR, especially for all the traveling stuff that we do when we're like riding around. I would maybe get that yourself. Oh, like you said, you're buying 3 ZRs. Never mind. Blackmagic has that special sauce for full frame shooting with 12K, 8K, 4K options while capturing raw. Dude, no, there's just is incredible for the money. Brandon, next time I see you in Utah, which, after current events, I might leave a little bit of time before I do that. I'm gonna be bringing up that Pixis 12K. We're gonna go to Hanksville. I was talking to a couple people about going to Hanksville again. But yeah, I think the XE for some of the projects, especially the projects that you work on in terms of like going to some of the places you do, I think it'd be cool. Yeah, there's a small rig, I think micro HDMI to full size HDMI that screws into the cage, and the R5C works great. Yeah, it comes with the so small rig already did the cage for the ZR. I got to use it and see it. I think I have the screenshot. Give me 1 second. I think I have a photo of it. Yeah, it is. Hang on 1 sec. That's what the cage looks like. So that right here is kind of like a little screen thing like the Cinevac has, and then it has just a little like V mount that comes on here, little top handle, and you're good to go. Fuji G mount can't. I didn't know that. I didn't know the Fuji G mount could do Sony lenses. Cable lock. Oh, okay, that's what I said. Amazing live, stayed on the wall, driving my house in Dallas. Definitely picking up a ZR while come on my hand. Whoa, sorry. Well, come on, handy. We'll come in handy on my dock work. Great for travel content. Yep. What mic would you? Is it still the? Sorry, which mic would you recommend for most used shotgun mic? Is it still the Sennheiser MKE 600? Depends on the camera. I have the MKE 400 on my kitchen counter. If you're using smaller cameras, but so anyone heard of the ZR can record to SSD? I don't know. Actually, you know what? I have my Nikon rep I have my Nikon rep's phone number. I'll just ask him. We'll find out. I just asked him. I was at the MK46. I had an MK416 and I lost mine. Got lost at a shoot and haven't found it. I'm really sad. And I have a 600. The ZR with no EVF broke my golden heart. Greg, that's because there's already a camera with a viewfinder on it, and it's the Nikon Z6 III. I pre-ordered one, but I'm thinking about selling the Monstro and then doing 3 ZR kit for outdoor photo shoot stuff. Some people are coming to Hanksville from Toronto for a big event in mid-October. What's in mid-October? Maybe. ZR USB-C is just for charging. Hey, never say never, Central Ent. Never say never. This might be a longer stream. Hang on a second. I'm gonna check and see if I'm pissing off my girlfriend being in this office for this long. Hey, just joining the stream, but curious to hear if you've heard new news or expecting an update on the Blackmagic's autofocus when the 6K comes out, and if you think it'll be included on the 12K. Nothing about the autofocus updates. I don't think there's going to be an autofocus update for a little while. But I heard the Pixis 12K is going to have the fire department. No, the Pixis 12K probably will be shipping soon, hopefully by the end of this month. I once had a friend lose a Sony GM70 to 200 f8, and I was like, how do you forget? How do you lose that lens that big? That's wild. One day I'll have the Pixis 12K in my hands. One day all of us will if you did the pre-order. I wish Nikon had put SD Express, not the UHS-1 and the ZR. Again, I can get with that, but also like it'd be inconsistent for me to say that while knowing that all of the Red cameras only have one SD card or one CF Express card. So in my eyes, I'll just consider it a bonus. Yeah, loud and clear. I think I've been with Brandon on certain trips when he brought the monster with him, and it was laboring watching him try to pull that thing out just to get a shot. Um, might be switching to Nikon or Lumix for my own kid. Production company. It's all Sony. The ZR looks good. A good pairing with the Z6 III, and the S1 II pairs nice with the X9. If Lumix dropped a ZV-E1 competitor with the S1 Tech, that would be insane. I think what would end up happening though is I don't think you could. For everything that the S1 II can do with the current problems in terms of like it overheating over time, especially in like hot environments, still hasn't happened to me, weirdly enough. I don't think you could put that in a S9 body without some sort of a like a record limit or a limitation there. Um, but also, I think given the brands and what they've released, I wouldn't be surprised if Lumix puts their thing like puts their name in the hat to have something that is kind of like an FX3 competitor kind of thing, with the S1 II tech in it. Oh, he's on heat. Talk to Talbot about that. He's the one who Johnny Romes and Meshna just put on a tripod and left it baking in the desert, and turns out it was fine. I'm sure like you probably get like if I'm guessing, it's probably like an hour and a half if I'm gonna guess. But if it's even an hour and a half in direct sunlight, fine. Even if it overheats, I could buy two, still spend almost as much as the FX3, and then just change each camera as I go. So like even if it did, I would even almost expect it to be a limitation of $2,000, and I wouldn't even be mad about it, to be honest with you. Thanks to the 12K insight, yeah. There we go. It has overheated, but the way I shoot it never will. I took 90 minutes of straight recording at 6K 60 and 95 plus degrees. We shot for about 5 hours in severe heat and never got a warning. Overheat happened to Matt Johnson. Okay. So you're going to get a reasonable amount of time on it. It will overheat, but if that's one of those things where it's not a, if that's one of those things where like your shooting capacity doesn't come close to it, then whether it overheats or not is kind of irrelevant if you don't shoot for that long anyways. Hey, what up? I don't know what a super sticker is. Peer character exaggerating stretching his arm forward to a cup of coffee. Marcus, I don't know what that means. Pair character exaggerate. I don't know what that means. But thank you for the super sticker. I feel like I can't read. Any workarounds for heat management other than a fan? Not that I'm aware of. But also like in a lot of the work that I've done, I've not had to record for like if it's 90 minutes at 6K 60, personally I'm gonna be fine. So we'll see. Oh, I was paying for a cup of coffee. Thank you, man. I think it just gave me a description of what it was. Look at the chat. He sent you a pear sticker. Okay, that makes more sense. Uh, my bad, guys. Sorry. Um, how does the R3D Any compare to the regular R3D or NRAW ProRes for that matter? Cam Mackey put up a live stream where you can see it. Greg, what happened in the incubator test? I truly have not watched any of the ZR videos yet. Any workarounds or management for the? Oh, I already answered that. I bet humidity would kill it. Satin gets everything to overheat where he is in North Carolina. I gave him shit as the other guy, as the only guy who's ever overheated an A7 IV. Yeah, I had an A7 IV for like 2 years and it never overheated on me once, even though everyone else had overheating problems. So it's kind of a weird thing. Since Red is a USA company, can Nikon make cameras in the US to help with tariffs? No, because I think they're manufactured in Asia. I think now they are since Nikon acquired them. Glad the algorithm pushed me to your channel. Hey, thank you, man. Thanks for the chat. I appreciate it. Oh, no problem, Salty Cypress. Still did manufacturing Mexico, if I remember correctly. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's funny. Sorry, I can't like the super. I'm on Ecamm, so the super anything with an emoji, I think Ecamm just describes it and doesn't show it to me. Your memory card will be filled by the time it overheats, anyways. Think about. I mean, yeah. To be fair, the data rate is absolutely massive. Oh yeah, okay. Ivan, how much person's out here shooting with a 4 terabyte card, CV Express Type B? I have 2 terabytes. Hey, another super chat. God damn, guys. Keep forgetting to join the channel membership. I mean, the Unk tier is probably the highest one, and I'm going to prepare a Dropbox for a lot of the footage that I'm going to have for both of these guys. Just anyone that's in the Unk tier that wants to get footage, please don't use this stuff and pass it off like it's your work. It'll make me sad or a little bit mad, and then I'll kick you out, and then I'll make fun of you in future videos. Don't do that. It's not nice. Help me decide the Nikon ZR, the C50. John, I don't know, bro. I'm gonna pre-order the ZR, mostly because I want to make a guide on it, and truthfully, I think I can make the money back if I make the guide on it and I make other products for it. So I think that's where I'm gonna go with it. But I do have a call on Monday with Canon to actually get my hands on the Z50. So I can go either way, to be fair. Essentially, they don't make anything in the US, but they will assemble in the US. I think they moved things after the Komodo OG Stormtrooper. Oh, I didn't know that. Has the Ursa City 12K giving you any overheating issues? You will get an overheating warning, but only in one particular use case. One, if it's hot as shit outside, and two, if you the fan where the heat dissipates is on the bottom of the camera, and if you're using the Saxony saddle, you're completely covering where all the heat comes out of. And if you do that for like 2 hours ish, you'll get a warning, but it won't turn off. But it's like super concerning when it happens because I'm like, wait, what the hell? I thought you don't overheat, and it didn't. Like it didn't overheat, like it didn't turn off. But you'll get a warning if you're like in 95-degree weather and you put it and you cover the whole bottom of the camera. Now it doesn't happen if you have it on like a dovetail or a tripod plate. It was specifically on a Saxony saddle. That was the only situation that happened, and it only happened once. Definitely ELQ and LQ. Yeah, fair enough for the memory cards. Hi, bro. Hi from Chile. Hey, we got Chile in the building. Got Chile in the building. I ran my Ursa Cine 12K all day for days on a short film without any overheating issues. Some for heat. Yeah, Tim, don't put it on a Cine saddle in the heat because it will. Because if you cover all the fans, and the Cine saddle covers all of them, so that becomes an issue. Definitely want to hear about the SSD. Not a fan of single cards, including the red single card. Yeah, I'll find out. Like, I'll probably get an answer. Hopefully soon. I mean, I have my rep's phone number, so it's easier to kind of just text him and ask. And he wouldn't like Kofi when he's angry. He's already as big as the Incredible Hulk. Hey, we're gonna downsize. I'm 33 years old, and someone made a comment like, "Hey, I don't see 300-pound 80-year-olds," and I'm like, you know what? It's a good thing to think about. So, also, I think in the aspect of making this channel less formal, some of these videos, man, are just gonna be me getting breakfast and going to the gym, bro. I was doing my Tophawk video, and my Tophawk video is most like everyday footage, but I'm using those lenses. And I kind of like that idea where I don't have to like book shoots and do all this other stuff to get videos done. And I think I'm gonna do that. John, it cannot. It does it up to 60 at 4K 120. You have to use the H.265. Like, subscribe, and share. Hey, Greg said it. You better share this with at least one person. 60 people watching and 60 likes, clutch. Hey, Chris, you know what? It took me 3 hours. That's why. Honestly, like, My girl's got a comedy show. I'm done recording the A-roll for my ZR video. I have all the B-roll cut up so I could edit it tomorrow in a couple hours. So I'm chilling today. Um, Florida in here. Hey, what's going on? I've been to Florida a few times and it's been really dope. Sorry, the ZR needs ELQ and LQ compression ratio. Yeah, you're right. Yes, in 4K, but it's 1.5 times crop. Oh, you're talking about the 120. So much later does it get hard to, 33. So I read a bunch of studies about this, and I think what ends up happening, and it's not necessarily the age part of it. So the actual metabolic slowdown is a lot smaller of a degree. But what ends up happening naturally as you get older, which like doesn't get accounted for, is like people have kids and stuff. So what ends up happening is like obviously when you have kids, you have an office job. When you're like 20, you're walking around, like you're doing so many things actively, and like there's so much happening in your non-exercise energy expenditure. You're neat when you're younger because like you're just doing stuff. But to the point, absolutely. It's funny enough that like one of the people that I shoot in all my videos, I'm gonna try to do like an exchange. Tess is a little sorry. Tess is a part of it too. Our test also like depending on what you eat, you can kind of preserve a lot of that. Also, if you don't do a lot of things to destroy your hormones when you're younger, you can maintain a lot of that. But one of the guys that's been in a lot of my videos, I'm like, hey, you need content. I want training. How do we make that work? Um, and my joints are still intact. I can still lift a lot. I can still do a lot. I can still do calisthenics. I can still do pull-ups and stuff. Just I can do that at a lighter weight, and I probably should. Also, not having kids or anything like that. Like I have the time. So I worried about overheating on the ZR, and currently it doesn't have anamorphic support or open gate, whereas the C50 does. Plus, it has a fan. I really want the 6K 12-bit RAW. I think the thing, Talbot's probably the better answer for the overheating thing as I did, but he did answer earlier that it took him like an hour and a half shooting 6K 60 to get it to overheat, which makes sense. I feel like open gate, like 16, 17:9 modes tend to not overheat as much as open gate modes do because it's the sensor's reading less out, so it's doing less. Um, Anamorphic support, I think, is a big thing. And I heard someone mentioned way earlier, like 2 hours ago, Nikon's already addressed that, and anamorphic support is going to come to the ZR. I just don't know when. Open gate is just on the table. It's a 50-50. But did I watch Weapons? I fucking watched Weapons, and Weapons was great. It was weird because like the film was, it wasn't a super compelling film, but it was creepy as shit. So I was like, this is cool. Hang on one second. I just got some good news. So confirmation, it does not have SSD recording via USB-C. I work with a doctor who was all about this, and there's a lot of factors of weight and muscle mass as you get older. He's who I'm shooting with on Monday. Yeah, there's a lot more factors in like age, but also a lot of like it's a lot of lifestyle stuff that comes with age, and sometimes because they want to eat beige person food and they'll leave half of it. You not wanting to leave half of it. Yeah, that's exactly so. That's probably what ends up like, you know what I mean? Like your lifestyle changes when you get older because other lifestyle things happen. And I think so from what I understand, from some people I know in kind of like the kind of nutrition health field, like those things impact your overall weight more than just like getting older. It's also all of the stuff that comes with that. But I don't know. I think give me like, I don't know, 33 and a half by 35, you might see snatch up Kofi. Kofi may get snatched. Kofi, just check the Nikon website and it says you can do R3D 12-bit. Yeah, you can do it up to 4. Okay, so I did something wrong then. Maybe it's a crop. I don't know, but I had to do H.265. I read the doc. Oh, okay, I already did that. After doing a lot of commercial shoots, the only reason we have 2 card slots for longer interviews and have similar cards from when they're more expensive. One card with a lot of data seems fine. Yeah, like a lot of the red cameras don't have 2, and they've been able to do fine. I don't know. In terms of it honestly depends on like the capabilities and what kind of USB-C that's in the camera. I would say for all intents and purposes, I don't see SSD recording becoming a thing because I feel like it has to do something in order for, like I could see them not enabling it if it doesn't add anything extra outside of redundancy. And I mean, I guess technically speaking, I'd rather have them do like a proxy recording to the micro SD than have an external SD card or external SSD. Typically don't do redundancy. We dumped cards and checked everything in DaVinci on this commercial shoot I was just on. DIT can be mashed up with other projects and jobs these days. Yeah, I've worked on short films on red cameras, and like we don't really do a whole, like RE cameras don't have 2 card slots. I mean, the mags are gigantic, but like they don't have 2 card slots either. Your overall body produces less certain chemicals, such as you get older. There are supplements and diets that help with that. Yes. Also, like the American diet and the things that we have in our food aren't good hormonally for us at all. From Kofi to Co. Yeah, if I lose half my body weight, I'm just Co now. Are you gonna watch Smashing Machine? I probably will. Yeah, I probably will. Randomly enough, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this. I didn't sign an NDA, but there was a screening to a TV show that hasn't come out yet that I get to see this week, which is weird because that's the first time I've gotten an email being like, "Hey, we have this thing we want you to go to," and I'm like, "Word, okay. Are you sure me?" Oh, you know what? Someone mentioned that I don't like making thumbnails for my live streams, and I realized that I had made the thumbnail and never clicked save. Agreed. I worked out 2-3 hours a day after playing college ball, but at 40, you're 42? Chris, you're 42? You're 42? I've seen Chris before. He's not 42. God damn. Like all about 42, a full-time job. I coach full-time, content creator, and you have 6 kids? I'm in better shape than most, just not for me. I've had cars fail in stills cameras, and only because it was redundantly recording did the media survive. If you shoot enough, you will have card fail. It's only a matter of time. Yeah, that's fair. Have multiple cards. Speaking of things, sleep, hydration, nutrition. Yep. Which is exactly why I'm going to order a salad, because I haven't bought groceries since I came back yesterday. But also, like, it's only 6:30. I could probably head to the grocery store before I get off the live. Which, like, I'm going to double check and see if no one's home. I'll just keep staying on the live. I'll just chill out. I don't really care. I have nothing else. I'm like done for the day. Feel it. So I think what I'm gonna do is, because I'm gonna start working with this new trainer soon. Is there may be a video about like workouts that camera operators can do, because there's certain things that you get, like certain things and certain strengths you kind of need to have, which will be dope. Gotta head out. Hey, Brendan, we'll stay in touch. I got some information about some videos coming up. So I probably have abandoned beige prison food. Yeah, abandoned beige prison food. That shit will kill you. As I say that as like I also eat it too. Thanks for the videos. I bought the A7 IV, but now I want to buy an 85 mil. What do you think? The Viltrox really wrote. I've never used it. Rosales, I'm not sure. I don't know. I was waiting for your ZR video when everyone's dropping theirs. I was stuck on hotel Wi-Fi and couldn't do shit. So that's what happened. So mine's gonna come out tomorrow. It might even come out like middle of the afternoon, like late tomorrow. Like, and that's not gonna be um I should probably start like kind of organizing footage, which I'll do tonight, but it'll come out tomorrow. Is the Sigma 1.4 still like a giant lens? I can't remember. I think I ordered it of if you were recording 6K 12-bit CF Express 60 minutes. Yes. It is that much. Yeah, it's a lot of space. Hey, see you later, Greg. Thanks for the super chat, by the way. Yeah, Julian, I'm gonna I tried to upload my video on hotel Wi-Fi because I was at condo and it didn't work. So I'll just wait till tomorrow. Hey, Robert 63 on probably don't look a day over 30. Yes, Megadap does have what's it called? Does have that. Megadap, sorry, Megadap will work with the Sony lenses. Sorry, I spaced out while I said that. So I get back in gym. And you know what? When you realize how like gaining weight is easy, losing fat is easier, gaining muscle is tough. Like I think I've topped out. Like I don't think I'm gonna get any more muscle mass than I have. And the hard part is that you need like certain amounts of fat to support it. Um, I think it's one of those things where if you don't overcomplicate it, I think it's a lot easier. Which also reminds me that like I got my treadmill at the house. I'm back on macros and cardio starting tomorrow, and I don't have any more trips for the rest of the year, and the trips are what set me back the most. And I think the only thing I'm going on is Brandon Washington's 100th uncensored episode, but I'll probably pack food for that. Hey Ryan, assuming what's good? Nothing, man. We're just talking about the new camera releases and how much that was because there was a lot. But also I'm looking at getting myself a ZR. Canon C50 or Nikon ZR, bro. We don't know yet. I don't know. I've only used one of them, so I don't know yet. It was either the British accent tomorrow. If so, that was brilliant. It was me. It's because I'm from South London, my boy. You know, sometimes we think we're from Canada, but you know, coffee sometimes comes from South London. That wasn't that good. It was on the spot. I'm not that good. I have to collect my thoughts before I do that. Looks like a great camera. Was concerned about the latitude test from CVP though. Truthfully, the thing with those latitude tests, don't do it. Not necessarily don't do it. Don't be in a position where you have to come back from 4 stops underexposed. The thing is with some of these cameras that you're still gonna need to light things and to be aware of how that stuff works. But also, I think based on if CVP, um, is that a spoiler? No, Brandon. I think Brandon Washington told people, or I said it. I don't know. I told him that I was going on it. So, but back to this. One of the reasons why that might have happened, Julian, is because, and this happened. This is the same thing happened to me. A couple of my shots were a bit underexposed when I was using the Nikon ZR, and I got it on September the 8th. On September the 10th, when DaVinci Resolve 2.0 came out, you were now able to directly use the R3D on DaVinci Resolve, whereas beforehand you had to use the Red Cine X, and you had to convert your Red files into ProRes and then edit them on Resolve. So you had this compressed version of that file, so it was it made the results look worse because you weren't editing the raw directly. I don't know how CVP ended up doing it. Maybe they did it on Cine TX. I'm not too sure. But the big like when I first did it, my whole video was pretty much like how it's not that much worth it because the image doesn't look that good. And then when I did the raw directly, I'm like, oh, this looks way better. So maybe it's that. Loud and clear. I'm going to tell you. I said it earlier. Like hand to God, they didn't tell us anything at Condo. Like we went to Condo. We all expected because usually there's like a dinner at first, and we all were looking at the schedule. And on the schedule, sometimes it tells you like there's a mandatory meeting or something like that, and you're supposed to go to this meeting, and that's where they kind of brief you on everything, and you get to test it out. I think what Sony's doing now is kind of what they did with the RX1 R3, where they don't give anybody the camera an embargo anymore. And I think that's actually a decent idea because when the RX1 R3 came out, nobody really had it. People kind of had it, excuse me, had it sporadically after the releasement and the announcement date. So people weren't overwhelmed with how many videos that came out. And then what ends up happening is that every time a video comes out, it kind of feels like a little surprise. So no, they haven't told us anything yet, and I don't think they're going to do an embargo drop for it. To be fair, what's the best way to expose N raw footage? I think the same way with any raw, and it's just you might have to use like false color EL zone with raw. You don't necessarily need to over underexpose anything. To be honest with you, I think I just use false color and make sure I'm not blown out. The ZR is most interesting to me. I have 0 Nikon lenses though. I don't have any either. I got like a 24 to 70 f4. That's fair. Might have messed the footage up. Yeah, like that's what I had. Like I put it through the Cine X, I put on Resolve, and I put the ProRes version on Resolve, and I'm like, this is kind of dumb, and I don't want to do this. And if this is what you have to do, then I don't want any part of it. Literally the next day, I get a call, and my rep from Nikon's like, "Hey, by the way, works on 20.2," and I'm like, "I'd have to cut out 6 minutes out of my video." Great. So I think drawing me for the C50 is open gate and the fact that it records long form to one card and short form to another at the same time, plus anamorphic support. That's pretty great. Yes. 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 That's the C50 has a lot of things that I think a lot of people would want from an FX3, and Canon got it first. The fact that I've gone from someone who has never lifted a day in their life to one of the trainers at my church fitness calling me science-based lifter under 4 months got me gassed up. Hey, let's go. Shout out to Jeff Nippert and Mike Isertel. Fun story. I actually almost tripped over Jeff Nippert once, to be honest with you. I was at the Toronto Pro Show and he was like standing behind me, and I couldn't see him. And I turned around and I literally almost knocked this person over, and I'm like, "Oh shit, I'm sorry." And I look up, I'm like, "Oh, you're Jeff Nippert. I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna go this way. That was embarrassing. Let me get out of here." And that was the only time I knew Jeff Nippert, or the only time I met him. Kettlebells is the way. I like kettlebells a lot. I have hurt myself kettlebelling though. Dynamic range matters when you can't light. For instance, run and gun real estate, the difference between a $1 million and $10 million house is what's out the window. You better capture it. That's fair. Also, I think some of the raw numbers, like some of the numbers in raw, some of the numbers when you like convert it down to H.265 might be a bit different. Um, but who knows? Yeah, who knows? I don't know. I'm hoping the ZR gets open gate anamorphic support. I could almost like guarantee that it probably will at some point, but I also think that we're going to have a lot of conversations around overheating because the sensor has to read a lot, and that might be one of the reasons why it's not there. Would honestly use the ZR for gym vlogs. Yeah, honestly, I thought that's kind of what I thought about. I thought about using it as like a really, really, really nice everyday kind of vlogging camera, but I also have the S9 for that. So his new gym is sick, and kettlebells are half my training style. Wait, Isratel's gym is in your state? I haven't seen it. Is Follow Raw Coda actually that good, or is it amped up? It's better than. I think it's that good. Like here's the problem. Here's not the problem. If you like the image coming out of a XAVC-I, there's more information out of the R3D NE, objectively. And I tried it. I tried to like get the FX3 to kind of match up with the Nikon ZR, and there's just not enough colors that I can get it as to a 1-to-1. Also, like if you like anything the Black Magic Raw side of things, it's also going to be the same bit depth. Open gate is not an aspect ratio. It's the full sensor size. Yes, you're correct. So Alexa 35 is technically open gate at 2.2 by 1 aspect ratio because using all the photos. Same thing with red. Yes. Maybe open gate with external recording, so less heat. There is no external recording on the Nikon Z630, or sorry, on the Nikon ZR. The ZR is the same sensor as the S1 II. Yes, technically. How much does that matter if you are thinking about one or the other? I think it's more of like the capacities of the S1 II, which is going to matter more than like one or the other. But also like for the ability to shoot an open gate 5.1 at 60 frames a second and all the other stuff, like you have to pay them, like you have to pay the extra $1,000. Where I think that's where the conversation is. Like in terms of its look, I guess it's going to be the conversation between R3D and ProRes RAW, where um in terms of the capability where you could swing things, I'm assuming they can get pretty close if you're getting equate for bit depth. And then it kind of looks like what it looks like. I guess it's also kind of what it looks like right out the gate. But I would say in terms of image quality, I think with this new ProRes RAW thing that now the S1 II can do internally, I think there might be a conversation of getting them to get pretty close because they're technically working with the same amount of information. Oh, what's going on, Cyrus? Jeff built his own science-based lab gym. So I thought that was just an AI mock-up. I didn't know he actually built it. And I know, like, I think he built it in Toronto. At least I saw the photo of like downtown Toronto. I don't know where it is. Brandtel shot the ZR in the desert with no overheating, so I think it's pretty strong that way. Yeah, no, Tablet with John, sorry, it didn't overheat. Do you think we'll start seeing cameras iPhone 17s or juice? I think so. I don't know. I know Sony did release a video that they have a new type of sensor that's come out. I think that was around like that was the only announcement they had on the day of the ZR or like that week. But they have one. I don't know how that's going to influence other cameras, but who knows? No overheating, so I think we'll be okay. To be honest with you, I think most people on the ZR are going to be fine. Dang, you're still going? I just re-recorded my video, edited, about to upload it. Hey, let's go. Sorry, put them videos up, put that content up. Here's the thing. Everybody that's doing really well in YouTube right now, like all your favorite creators, want people to be in the space. Like there's no, it's a little bit weird. But I think I'm gonna put that down a little bit. I think there's sometimes like a thing in the whole like filmmaking thing where like there's almost a gatekeep where they don't want people in the space because it helps them get the lion's share of stuff. Where for most of us, we're like, no, more creators. We want more people to collab with, more people to talk with, and the more creators that are in the space, the more people that watch stuff, everybody eats. So yeah. Honestly, the most impressive picture I've seen from the RA was the penguin, but to be fair, that could have been due to set lighting and everything else as a whole, and hundreds of thousands of dollars in lenses and all the other stuff. Also, can someone please tell me why Avid is still an industry standard for editing? It seems such a poor tool. I get it can do large timelines too, but it feels dated. Oh, it's because everybody in the industry that's currently editing stuff in Hollywood films are used to Avid and they don't want to go anywhere else. It's like honestly, it's kind of like Ari, right? Like so many people are on Ari cameras that the idea that there's anything else is unheard of. I hope whatever the FX3 Mark II is looking like right now, that they can go back to the drawing board after seeing the ZR monitor. And maybe that's why it's going to take so long. Who knows? Transverse plane. Oh, you're talking about training. The penguin was shot in next to me. So lighting for sure. Fair. Yeah, definitely could, but the way that I shoot it never will unless something goes horribly wrong via firmware update. Fair enough. It's gonna blow up my 5090. What's your 5090? Starting a camera channel this coming week. A little nervous, but I'm ready. I love talking about. Hey, talk it up. Here's the thing that I think a lot of people don't understand is YouTube is a platform for people to talk about their interests and then having communities that like the same things. Just throw it up. And also while you throw it up, understand that and sometimes people do this too, and I hate when people do this. I'm not even saying you're going to do this, Jeff. You're able to make content have perfectly good points without trying to bring down other creators on the platform to bring yourself up, because it nets you nothing. It was a long conversation that I had with Sony, because obviously there's stuff, right? There's stuff kind of going around in the space, and some people don't like other people. Some people have incredibly interesting things to say about people they don't know. And one of the things that Sony mentioned, they're like, it doesn't matter how big the channel is, we all see it. And sometimes it's easy to convince themselves that because they're too honest, I guess, that's why brands don't work with them. But it's more so a professionalism thing. Just again, put out everything you put, like anything you want to talk about, put it out. Just you know what I mean. Sorry, that was a long-winded way of me saying congratulations, but are all cinematographers also guitarists? No, I can't play a guitar out of a paper bag. Thanks, Brian. You need a dedicated film camera. I'm torn between the ZRs. Yeah, it's either maybe it overheats or you don't have IBIS. But also, like, I wish Canon opened up their mount, because I feel like as much as if I'm going to be in the Canon native ecosystem, I don't care if I just buy RF lenses. It would help them get more market share if they just opened up the mount. Oh, that's true. Ari's business model is junk though, because everyone just runs the same only 20 cameras they've built a year. That's yeah. Honest on my opinions. Thing is, Ranger, you could be honest and open about your opinions. I think once you start talking about other people, there's a difference between being honest and informed and honest and wrong. And I think there's a very fine line there. And some people will use the excuse of like, well, I call it as I see it. I'm like, yes, but like I can call an animal as I see it and be wrong at the same time. And I think that's what kind of gets under people's skins and also doesn't reflect well on you. You could still be critical of things and be tactful at the same time. And that's a very, very fine line that I think most people, as this whole YouTube thing is going and this whole YouTube drama is going, is you are able to have a perfectly articulated point without making hating YouTubers your personality. And I think that's where people are going to run into a problem. Um, Jeff, it's great fun, man. I love talking about camera gear and tech. You build up a community of like-minded tech nerds. Plus, you get to meet other creators with similar goals and interests. Yes, that's exactly what happens. And also, building up a channel about cameras and stuff like that, personally for me, I don't think takes away from the artistry of things. Similarly, um, I have friends that have cooking channels, and they're not less of a chef because they film themselves making food, right? That's kind of the adage, I guess, when you're making this kind of stuff, is that you don't become less of the other thing. Like intersectionality doesn't stop existing just because you have a YouTube channel. Um, Upgrading my Blackmagic Pocket 4K, which is wild that they still have updates for that. Honestly, astonishing by so many releases. Yeah, I love the fact that Blackmagic's like, yeah, the Pocket 4K ProRes now, and I'm like, you guys are still thinking about that camera, which is awesome. I was on Threads this week, and a guy disagreed with me and apologized. I was confused. Just a sign that people argue way too much about cameras on the internet. Yes, yes. My dad is a guitarist and a cellist, so not dang. Sure. I try to be constructive, not critical when it comes to gear. You can still be critical and constructive. Like I was talking to one of the Sony marketing heads, and I told him, I'm like, hey, like like we're just talking about like how to like inviting people, getting invited and stuff, whatever. And I'm like, I was pretty open this year about like not liking the FX2. Like I don't like, but he kind of cut me off and he's like, yeah, but you did it in a way that was professional. You didn't go call the camera trash, or you didn't make fun of anybody that likes it or anything like that, right? So you could still be, honestly, you could be critical of your opinions. Just if it's something that you wouldn't say to a rep to their face at an expo, I wouldn't put it in a video. And I think we all know how you can navigate those things, and those are the things that actually get you, that net you the opportunities. Um, Versus trying to say the most inflammatory thing possible and calling it being honest or something like that. Are 17 capable to be used on stuff? Some HBO show is shooting with it. Yeah, there is. I think Greg Fraser's on that. No clue what, but it was hinted at. Some films will be using too. Nolan has money for IMAX. Yeah, I think Greg Fraser's on a TV show with the Years of Cine 12K. I don't know. I know Shane Hurlbert, I think, changed his whole kit over from Buranos to 12Ks as well. Thanks for the tips, man. I know exactly what you mean. I have a pretty successful tech channel already, so I'm hoping that helps. Nevertheless, appreciate it. Actually, Jeff, I think I've seen your tech channel before. I think I've seen a couple tech videos from you before. But yeah, good luck. And also don't feel like you have to use the same jargon as other filmmakers in the space. I think there's going to be a need and a demand for people that maybe don't have this much technical jargon to still give an experience. Like I'm going to make iPhone videos and Action 5 camera videos because I have an Action 5. And instead of me like talking about things that normally people talk about in the like that kind of realm, it feels a little bit refreshing that I don't know everything. Like even the Fuji videos do well because I don't know everything. I don't know everything about my X106 and I bought one. I have no idea all of the tech stuff, but it's just easier to talk about that way. So Canada doesn't get that you get in what you put out. Restrictive energy begets restriction in the universe. So closed RF standardization is self-fulfilling. Canon never gets it. Cognition, that was the most profound way of saying that Canon got to open that goddamn mouth, but that mount. But I believe you. Yeah, 100%. Do you think we'll get an FX3 that rivals? No. I don't know. Actually, I said no right away, not thinking about it. I don't know. I would love that. I would love that, but I don't know. There is some validity to the YouTuber camera dude stereotype, though. As a full-time commercial photographer, make a living from these tools, so I recognize most of the silly things being said. Yeah, I also like full-time DP for a multitude of different brands for 5 years before doing this. I think the also acknowledgement is that everybody on YouTube that talks about cameras isn't trying to be a filmmaker. And also everybody that buys cameras isn't trying to do the same thing either. And there's also value to that, right? And I mean, yes, am I saying that people are devoid of giving out bad information? No, that's not what I'm trying to say. But what I am trying to say is that you can perfectly articulate some of those points by just pointing out what you do instead of trying to put somebody else down so you can move your way up. Because if that is what it takes to be a professional photographer or cinematographer, I think a lot of people don't want to have to deal with that, if that makes any sense. Especially because it's not like the people that are getting the wrong end of that are ones that are inciting it from the people that are doing it. Again, it doesn't mean they're devoid from responsibility, but I also think that some of the stuff going around just isn't fair. And also some of it's unfounded and just kind of made up and people are just tired of fighting, to be fair. There's a lot of topics around that space where I'm like, that's categorically wrong, but I'm not going to fight you about it. I probably missed it in the past. What are your thoughts on the Ronin 40 8K? Haven't used it. I've used the 6K and I think it's great. I have not used the 8K head yet. Apparently the Pixel 6K, 12K is shipping soon. Yes, I've also heard that as well. I kind of thought that would be the case, given it being IBC, and I don't think Blackmagic could do another event and not ship that camera. Funny thing is, most musicians for some reason are really into videography and have potentially become full-blown cinematographers that put in the work, which is kind of funny. Also photographers as well. A lot of them kind of get, like a lot of them can transition really well. I feel the FX2 is appropriately priced. I don't even know how much the FX2 is, to be honest with you. I know it's around the same price as the S12E. I don't have a problem with the pricing. I just don't. It's not a camera I think needs to exist, to be honest. My new segment for my channel is called Get Technical. I like it. Don't get me wrong. I think a lot of it's just inexperience, but there's a lot of blind assertions being made incorrectly. Or hot weird take is that there's just different people doing video production in different ways. Because I've done the agency work before, I've done the big set work before, I've done the smaller crew team. I prefer the smaller crew stuff, and a lot of that stuff is different. Like they're all going to be different. Nonetheless, though, they're all professional jobs. It's all professional work. So again, not saying that nobody's devoid of being wrong. I'm just saying that they're different, and just because somebody disagrees doesn't give a license to say disparaging things and call it being honest or truthful or whatever it is. How's Kana, by the way, and what does one do to get an invite? Asking for a friend. So what I've gathered from Kondo, because I asked, this is a question that I asked, and I think most people have it misconstrued in terms of how you get invited to press events. It actually has very little to do with how much Sony content you've made per se. I think most people just kind of gravitate to having Sony camera stuff at some point in their life or another. But I think there's more weight on the contribution to the community like this, right? Everyone here is from different walks of life, different walks of production. Maybe some people have never owned a camera. Maybe some people are just vlogging. Maybe some people are making TikToks. Maybe some people are full-blown cinematographers with rental houses and stuff. Your ability to cater your content to those people on a consistent basis and it be engaging, and obviously there's an audience component to some degree, are people that get invited to all press events, including Sony Kondo, right? The only thing is that there's so many invites, so you have to decide out of the 1,000 people that kind of fit that bill, how do I pick 150 of them? How do I pick 70 of them? In some Lumix cases, how do I pick 50 of them? And that's across the world. And that's how that happens, to be fair. That's how it happens, to be honest with you. SP is just is one perspective someone can share. There's also experimental sharing as well, where technical expertise isn't missed. Same level in my what there is to do is simply connect on some level. Yeah, because YouTube is so like I said before, YouTube isn't a professional platform, it's a communication platform. So how professional you are doesn't net you a good result like on its own on YouTube, which means you can be a 20-year professional in any department, but if you can't communicate and bring the audience with you into those things, then you don't net very well on YouTube, because the audience, as it turns out, doesn't care. I could say how long I've been in the business for. It doesn't net that much value. It doesn't hold that much weight. But me bringing you there, even if I'm a 4 out of 10 cinematography, me bringing you there can net me a 9 out of 10 result on YouTube. And it's worked time and time again. And I think what ends up happening is that you get some people with maybe more expertise that come to the platform. And one thing I will say for anybody starting YouTube is if you've worked into the as a video professional, thinking that you're going to succeed on YouTube very quickly because you've done that, that mentality will absolutely destroy you. I wish I could subscribe from Ecamm, but I don't know how to do that. But I will try to subscribe to everybody after this. Hey Zeus, I'm doing great, man. I've been chilling on this live stream for 3 hours. You know what? I'll make it 4, and then I'll go home. I'll get off. But I've been on for a while. I'm done pretty much the things I have to do today, so we're just here. I currently have a red Komodo OG RF mount, and I'm super torn between the C50 and ZR. We all are, and I don't know. Like, I truthfully don't know how to answer that for you. I wish I did, but I think it's you're gonna have to watch a lot of videos and do a lot of soul searching and like what you need and what you want. I'm thinking of getting the FX3 with a DJI TX transmission along with my RS3 Pro, the gimbal steady cam. I haven't tried the tilt to float yet. I want to. I just haven't tried it out yet. Yeah, it's amazing. 11. I started working on with dream brands and people, which blow my mind. Happy to help work it. Oh yeah, y'all having this private conversation. The Pixel 6K drops to 2.5K, which is wild. Hang on a second. Is it me? Yes. No, it's not just you. It went up. The price, a lot of the Sony stuff went up in price. I'm actually a musician and I'm now trying to break in cinematography. So yes, agree. And fucking enjoy it, bro. Maybe it'll help. Offering to help me. guys don't do that. I also have made a channel Discord. I'm gonna put it in the replay in the description. So that way you guys can join the Discord. And if you guys do want to like conversate and figure out things about YouTube and stuff, you can do it there. You know, times will have changed if Ari made more of a prosumer caliber price camera, or someone buys them and they don't have to. It's creative mind, can't limit it. Yep. But to be fair, I'm looking at the price did go up. I think Sony announced that all the prices went up by like 10%. So the FX3 is like $40.99 or something. Small stuff can be more freeing when you have a huge project with too many chefs because a corporation has too many trying to contribute. The project suffers and lack of clear direction. Yeah, that's happened to a lot of commercial jobs I've worked this year that I'm kind of like moving away from. And I was working with a marketing company before. There are so many shoots that were big, and I'm sure you could figure out which ones are which because I post on my channel that could have been way bigger, and then the whole corpo stuff got in the way and it screwed it all up. I want to get the Sony FX3 RS Pro given transition practical, but wait, I don't know if this is a question. Oh, is it practical? I haven't seen it with the FX3, but I think if you research, I think Best Boy Adam has a video on the tilt to float. Best Boy Adam would be who you're looking for. Hey, no problem, man. One-on-one seems overkill. Yeah. Or just listen to Tim. What's your A cam these days? Depends on what it is. I mean, the Ursa Cine when I have time and like I want to put it on, like usually on sticks. S1 II I've used for like B-roll and stuff like that. S1R2 I feel like S1R2 and S1 IIe are my YouTube cameras, to be honest with you. I have my S9 and my A7C2 are whenever I need like vertical content really quickly. And I got my little Fujis for photos because when I travel a lot, I do photos and I like them. And the X100VI is like if I want to go somewhere where you can't have interchangeable lenses in the camera, then I'll take the X100VI. Do I live stream regularly? No, but this is the longest live stream at 3.5 hours. Kobe, I have lots of soul searching to do. I saw Jared's video on the C50 and was trying to pre-order it, and then instantly saw the ZR announced. 25 YouTube videos later, my brain's still fried. Hey, maybe just like chill. Like, you know what? Like watch videos, kind of digest and like figure that out. But yeah, man, there's no rush. The camera's not going to get, it's going to sell a lot, but I don't think it's going to sell out. So just chill out, bro. The challenge with consuming YouTube to learn skills is very, very little credibility and transparency. When you go to Harvard, you trust the instruction expert. YouTube is more challenging. That is true, but you also pay thousands of dollars to go to Harvard, so you kind of pay for that credibility. Yeah, you pay for that. You pay a lot of money to go to Harvard or any Ivy League school, or you get a free ride, which I think is a separate conversation. The thing with YouTube and YouTube content is I think the expectations should probably match up. What? Hang on a second. Next August, if you're in the same area. Oh shit. Okay, one of my buddies coming to Toronto. Um, yeah, but that's any free educational, any educational anything that you don't pay for is going to be subject to having variance to it. Also because it's not like there's like at the end of the day, it's just content. There's no requirement for a credential there. But also at the same time, a lot of people that folks feel like don't have good information, I've learned a lot from, which is what I'm trying to get at. Um, and if there is going to be a requirement, then the people that do have those credentials pay them. That's kind of what the credential is for, if that makes any sense. There's no Harvard standing behind someone who might just be of an expert. No, there isn't. But there's also because we're in the space where there's a very democratized of everything, of photography, of videography, and stuff like that. You are going to get free content that are anecdotes of certain things. And if something doesn't work, it's better to kind of maybe go back to that source and say, hey, that didn't work. But that's still not a license to disparage somebody on YouTube for making free content to consume. That's the point that I'm getting to, right? It's not saying that people aren't going to be wrong. I've been wrong about stuff. People that I look up to have been wrong about stuff. There are people that know more than me that aren't right about everything. Them not being right isn't a license to go and try to make these weird hate campaigns on them. That's not conducive to anything. Because put one other's feet to fire, and then if they can't do the same as well, then we're all just kind of in a big mess. Also, from a brand and professionalism standpoint, I will say multitudes of brands don't want to associate themselves with that, even if you're right. The way that it's presented is more of an indicator than whether or not you're accurate, if that makes any sense. And I will say most of this whole YouTube hate campaign thing, it's not accurate at all. It's not something I'm willing to fight about, but it's not accurate. Teach their own tool. Usually trying to accomplish a dollar people do it. That is an interesting question. How do you vet your instructional sources? I don't. The thing is, the information's free. I chose to consume it. If I try it and it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. I probably won't do it again. And if I try something and it works for me, well, then I'll do it again. I don't really have hard set lines for stuff like that because I could understand that coming into YouTube for education that's free, you have to understand that there's going to be variance to it. Otherwise, you would pay for them or you pay for a course if you wanted a certain thing in a certain way. But also, I could also, like being in this for long enough, I could empathize with somebody who doesn't know who I am. So they don't know what I need. So when I'm looking at this information, expecting this person knows me on the other side of the screen to know what I need from an educational standpoint, that wouldn't be fair because this person doesn't know me. Clearly, that advice works for somebody. I just don't know who the somebody is. When it doesn't work for somebody, then you could just articulate that in a way that makes sense because it helps the creator. It actually makes the solution. It'll help the creator actually figure out what they need to improve on, while at the same time, you have a depiction of whether or not you could learn something from that person. Again, the way to not do that is what kind of happened a little bit. What AI tools have you incorporated into your workflow? Actually, a few. So I've used my Plot AI for pre-interviews for documentaries. I'll put it into Descript to identify the speakers. I'll use GPT-5 to actually take all of the interviews and put them into an act structure. And then I'll even ask GPT-5 to even give B-roll recommendations based on other films that I'll give it the links to. And then I'll use things like I've used a little bit of Artlist's stuff to create mood boards and stuff. So I'll image generate. So whenever it gives me an example of B-roll to get or an interview frame, I'll type that into Artlist and I'll spit out what the image is and I'll maybe animate it a little bit and then I can make storyboards off of that. So I actually have a video on that I'm kind of working on right now, but I want to finish the doc first before I put that out. Honestly, I thought about going to film school. Already have a degree, though. I feel like I learned less in my video editing classes than I did via YouTube. That happens too, especially because like with like I've learned a lot about economics more than I've learned about it in university, and I have a degree in it. And I think sometimes because when you have something as vast as YouTube, and again, it's you're collecting a bunch of information, and some of the information might be worthwhile, some of it's not. But when you collect a lot of information, you there's no limit. Whereas if you're in a university course, you only learn within the confines of that university course, and sometimes it doesn't poke out all the best information. Sometimes, aside from the A7S III FX3, does anyone know of another full frame camera that $10,000 in secondary or dual base ISO, like the which ones and in what conditions? The Canon C80 and C400. Yeah, the Canon C80 and C400. I've used the C80. Kind of results the same way as the FX3, where it works. You could do 12,800. It's just not the cleanest in the world. I'm gonna print off my degree in cinematic YouTubing and put it on the wall. That's hilarious. Actually, funnily enough, I think the only one I know that went to film school was Jason Morris went to film school. A couple other people did. I think Mark did. A couple people went to film school. We we have a lot to do with younger normal people, 20 plus. If a camera company want to have real impact, their camera needs are bigger, needs an even bigger display, a 6-inch direct upload option. What? 20 plus. If a camera company want to have bigger display, a 6-inch and direct upload options to the internet. A lot of camera companies do have camera to cloud now. If I start a channel about equipment like CVP example, but in Spanish, is there a way to get the content on time instead of wait till someone drops a video? Sorry, I'm gonna read that again. Sorry, mate. I'm having brain farts, which probably means I gotta go soon. If I start a channel about equipment like CVP example, but in Spanish, which isn't a bad idea because YouTube does auto dubbing now, is there a way to get the content on time instead of wait till someone drops a video? Get it before, but they only do that to so many people. Should I get in touch with different brands? You can. You give it a shot and see how it goes. And if they say no, then you like just wait till later. There are YouTube channels that are certified trainers with certain companies, like DaVinci Resolve trainers, for example, so you can rely on their channels. Yeah, there's stuff like that, right? And like I think you need, you need both. You need one guy that's going to be the expert trainer that'll kind of have everything kind of nailed down and be an expert trainer on DaVinci Resolve. And sometimes you just want to hear from a dude that knew this cool trick that can help you out. So I think there's a room for both. Um, yeah, there's room for both. I think both are great. And I mean, there's not an expert channel for everything, though. My new channel. Hey, let's go. Guys, you see it in the chat. Make sure you subscribe to Jeff's channel. I already approach to ads, authentic and true to you. Hey, thank you, man. Vish, there are people that might not agree with you. But yeah, with like ads and stuff like that, I think one of the things that I've kind of acknowledged, and this is actually came from like my parents, and I was talking, like I talk to my parents about like YouTube stuff all the time, even though they don't really know about what I do, to be honest. Um, One of the things, like I know, I mean, Vu mentioned a little bit, like everyone kind of has some company, either their corporate company at work or the bank they work at, where they might not agree with everything that the company does, but you know, they have their face and they agree with it. And I guess like you could corporate chill, I guess what you would call it, right? Everyone's chilling for something is basically the adage for that. I think what it is most of people don't understand that a lot of creators like pick and choose the brands that they work with. And like if I don't like the brand, then I won't pick it anyways, which makes things a little bit easier to talk about, especially when you actually do like them. And if I don't find the thing useful, like sometimes I don't think the thing is useful for me, but I think it's useful for you, which is kind of the Nikon ZR. Um, it's easier to talk about it in that perspective a little bit, but yeah, thank you. I feel like film schools, other schools these days, issues lie in their relevance and keeping up to date. Good instructors are great, however, most are not up to date or willing to try new things. Yes, I could agree with that, and I've heard that a lot from from film students. Yeah, let's go, Jeff. Plastic play buttons, I'm sure they're around. Yeah, you could probably get one on Amazon, honestly. Timbuktu, I'm a budding DOP cinematographer at the moment. I only see small budget films, and I'm trying to make myself more a catch. What do you think? Any tips? Dear, I keep chugging, man. The small screen, small project stuff, get friggin' good at it, because the way the industry is going now, things are going to change. I think even I wouldn't even feel bad that you're working on small crew and small production stuff. True value I got at film school was access to gear I couldn't afford. I learned on that gear, and my study came, for example, is certified trainer. So school has value at times. I will say things like physical skills, like Steadicam. I would take a Steadicam school, and I've been really bugging Steadicam to let me do it. I don't know how to get in, but stuff like that I think are helpful. You want to balance, Kofi, hit me up about the thing in October. I will do that as soon as I get off the stream, which is going to be in 20 minutes. Loud and clear. I can have fun with that. Self-taught at 2 a.m. video. I didn't agree. I feel like we all are. Joe, are you getting the new Nikon or Canon? I think I'm gonna pre-order the new ZR today. The C50 though, I get to try out on Monday, I believe. Excuse me. I have a call with Canon on Monday, so we'll see. But to be honest, again, like I'm gonna say it for another time. Me getting the ZR isn't necessarily something that is an absolute need for my workflow, and I don't want you to make your buying decision based on what you think I need for my workflow. It is more to flesh out a camera that I think is popular, that people are interested in, and it's more in service to you than it is in service to me, because I've decided that I want to freelance less, and I think there's a lot of value that could be had in teaching people how to use some of these new tools as they come out versus just talking about them. If I get access to stuff, I usually will make more than one video on certain things, and I think this is just going to be a platform where I think there's a lot of value to be added there. I think the value in your vision will set you apart, make your work stand out, and get people to hire you, and can be a pleasure to work with, but on the tech side, you just need to know. Yeah, I also will say, like, I've gotten jobs just because people thought I was a good vibe. I had a year contract with Gymshark, and like, I don't live in the United States, and I don't live in the UK, and the UK was like, we want you to shoot with us for a year, and most of it was like, we did one shoot with you, and everyone loved that you were there, so we're just going to keep hiring you. So there's a lot of that. So see you, Brandon. So I'll probably be there. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not. I will text. I'm going to text Talbot after and figure it out. I went to film school. They thought you enough to know the basics and moderate advanced techniques and how to work as a team, but you learn way more outside of film school. I mean, the same thing happens with, like, I went to finance business school. I learned way more having a business than I did going to business school. The tools, get yourself. Oh, okay, this is just continuation of what Tim said. About to run my acupuncture appointment. Appreciate the knowledge and the nuggets. Hey, thank you, Ryan. Thanks for tuning in. Would you ever do a video reaction to my fans' films, that sort of stuff? Yes, I think it's going to be a members thing. Or I personally think that I need to upgrade the work that I do in order for me to critique others, because I don't want to be a person that, like, I don't like when people will critique others creatively and, like, they don't have a lot of good stuff to stand behind. It rubs me the wrong way. I don't want to be one of those people, even if it's positively. So I think once I've acquired a certain level where I'm happy with the work that I'm doing, maybe I can do that. Now the best outcomes is getting reps. I honestly, I think the reason why you don't, like, get to learn how to best do it is because a lot of the things aren't like you couldn't. I was talking to Luke Forsyth a little while ago, and he works on really, really high end stuff. And we were chatting back and forth, and I think one of the things we kind of came to the conclusion on is I think a lot of people that are filmmaking enthused don't want to do the things that, like, filmmakers at the 1% level actually do, because there's no tutorial for it. A lot of it has to do with, are you willing to go to the utmost extremes? Are you willing to invest a whole bunch of money and take 2 years to do something and, like, scrounge and do all this other stuff? In some cases, it's, are you willing to go off and do a film where you don't talk to your family or you're a bad partner? And then a lot of those interpersonal things that you just don't get, which I don't think there's a YouTube tutorial for that. And I don't necessarily think a lot of people want to encourage doing that, because I think a lot of people looking back at it are kind of looking back and saying, "Hey, there was a lot of things that I missed out on in the hope of filmmaking." But at the same time, you can have a really, really good career and still have somewhat of a life at the same time. Um, and the separation between those two things are kind of things that you don't really teach, but you have to be willing to do which may have permanent implications, which is why some people find it really hard to have relationships in the upper end of the filmmaking industry and stuff like that. And also, a lot of those things can't be taught. Oh, Kofi, thank you, my brother. You went for the shout. Hey, anytime, bro. There are people who do that, but generally, you want to experiment and improve. Yeah. Okay. And filmmaking is basically winging it to be creative in any way possible. There's no one right way to accomplish shot. Yep. There's no one right way to do anything. I watched an episode of Monsters, the Menendez brothers. I watched a 45-minute one take. And and this, because it made context in the story, it was great. And that could have been done in 500 different ways. So, do you think the Focus Pro is a good investment, or would you maybe wait for a V2? Considering I don't know if a V2 will ever exist, it works for me. I had a great time with it, so I have a great time with it. Where I don't know where mine is. It's in my room. It's probably one of these cases, but it's here. Yep, student for life. Someone calls it the white belt mentality. So okay, everyone's signing up. Personally, networking can get you very far. Yes, ZR seems like it's going to be a much talked about camera. I hope so. I'm like, are you done talking with the ZR? I'm never done talking with the Nikon ZR. Do you think the Nikon is worth switching to from Sony now, or they still have a lot of work to do? Kazi, one thing I will say is that because the Nikon ZR's flange distance and the fact that you can get an adapter, you don't even have to switch. You can just buy the camera and get an adapter and then use all your lenses. You don't even have to switch. Now, if you mean you want to switch because you want to sell your cameras to get the money to buy the camera, what I will say is buy the camera, just work and then buy the camera. But like you don't have to do anything particular with the Nikon ZR to switch instead of switching from Sony. You can just have the ZR, get a little mega adapt, and then now you can um how you could just do it. You could just do the thing, which is great. Yes, the one takes are nasty. Seems like DJI Focus Pro would come out anytime before using PL lenses. No. I don't know. Oh, sorry. Seems like DJI Focus Pro would come out anytime you're using PL lenses. Sometimes no. Sometimes I just hand focus it and call it a day. I think a lot of pros don't upload a lot of their work onto socials either because of how toxic this environment can be. I mean, Deacons could anonymously publish to, and some tool will criticize. Yeah, Deacons could. Deacons has movies out now when people criticize, and then you know it's him. Um, but also, I think sometimes, like especially like when I worked in some commercial fields, like sometimes you're just under an NDA, and you can't post stuff. Like there was a shoot I did with Samsung and one of the Toronto Raptors when we did the championship run, and they had a guy that did BTS. I haven't seen a single clip of that footage. Much less, I wasn't allowed to color it. I wasn't allowed to do anything. Um, so there's a lot of times like when you're working in certain environments where you can't share anything, and I think some people, and also again, I want to reiterate, there are people that like consuming camera and filmmaking content that have no intention of going that far with it. And what's nice about that is that you don't have to in order to earn a lot of success and earn a lot of money to have a career. In fact, we're starting to see that people that are actually not doing in that environment are actually making more money and they're a lot happier. But I was talking to one of my friends and she's in the union, and she was saying that. She was saying like, "Hey, I'm working on some of these projects, but like I don't get to post these on YouTube." And how much of an audience that she might have if like she was posting them on YouTube. And my thing is like maybe, but like it's not necessarily the set that you're working on unless it's a really big show and you had a really prominent role. Um if it's a different ecosystem, and then also like being on the most professional sets doesn't necessarily mean you'll be the most successful on YouTube. And I think that's actually one of the things that's plaguing a lot of creators coming in. But yeah, to your same point, there's a lot of shoots that you'll work on, and the biggest ones are gonna have NDAs where you can't really just start putting things up willy nilly. In my time, there's a certain film person recently called out for being verbal abusive to crew on set. Unspoken truth known by so many in town. No one wants to work with that person. So be nice. Yeah. Also, there's like even some of the like and I kind of remove myself from some of the I guess like the agency work because like there is a little toxicity even within that space. Also, I don't like environments where it's commonplace that people scream at you that are adults, and I'm like, if you If we can't talk to each other like adults and you have to yell and scream and swear to get your point across, I don't want any part of that. Verbal abuse shouldn't be part of filmmaking. It shouldn't be a thing that just happens and, oh, well, that's just them. I don't care. Guess what? If you're going to scream at me like an adult, I'm going to cuss you out. And if that means that I don't get to be a real filmmaker because I don't take it, I'm not someone's emotional punching bag. No, I'm not doing that. So, exactly what he said. Be nice. That's smart. I didn't know they had an adapter. That's what's up. Yeah, I'm gonna just do that. Yeah, you don't have to buy the. You have to change all your stuff. Recommendations for first AC equipment. I first AC like 3 times in my life, so I'm not the best person to ask. Joshua Martin, I think, has a pretty good first AC kit video. Question: Komodo X for cinematographer or Nikon ZR upcoming cinematographer? Get the cheapest camera possible because if you're up and coming by the time you move up there, you're gonna buy a new camera anyway. I don't notice everyone saying you could use Sony lens on the ZR, but they're not going to work as they should on Sony, right? They work pretty decent, Bill. It's not like if Sony autofocus 100%, even if it gets you like 78 to 80% of the way there, that's still a lot of lens you don't have to change out. In your opinion, what's the biggest issues or no fun parts working on big sets? I very seldomly work on big sets. It's maybe a single digit amount of times. What's nice is that you only have to be good at one thing. What sucks is you're not important. Like you're not like I think on the smaller sets, like everything feels more important because you have those hats and like you got like a lot of things you have to have ownership of. But when it gets bigger, like not really. ZR gives me the impression of being a proof of concept of the collaboration between Red and Nikon. It's an excellent start. I don't think it's proof of concept. I don't think it can't be a proof of concept. This is a camera. It's the proof. It is the first iteration into the platform. I think it's going to do really well. I think it's an excellent start because you got to throw down like, literally in 3 firmware updates if they do it right. Like we're gonna have different conversations about this camera. Do you think it gives us too much on camera body? I'm pretty happy with my FX3 and mix it up with lenses more these days. No, I think what ends up happening is because like people like on YouTube, particularly social media in general, most people gravitate towards 3 things: people, places, and things. If you ever notice that, people either talking about celebrities, they're traveling to places, or they're talking about things. Concepts are a little bit harder to get across on YouTube because it makes the assumption that everybody wants to get to that destination from a concept perspective. Um, I don't think we're obsessing too much about the camera bodies. I think they're out, and I think people like talking about technology, and I think that's a fine conversation to have if you want to have it. While at the same time, I don't necessarily think everyone needs to buy this stuff. It's the same as like it would be the same as asking somebody, "Do you think we're too obsessed about anime?" No, just the people that like anime like to talk about anime. They could watch Marvel movies, but as anime comes out, as someone there's a new Jujutsu Kaisen manga. As that comes out, it's a topic of conversation, right? And I think given the fact that 5 cameras came out recently and it's a thing people are interested in having conversations about. I don't think it takes away from the art. I think it's just a separate conversation in general. Exactly, I agree. I just left the job of the production company because of toxic environment. And the thing is, that's not gonna net people well, man. Like if you're gonna be a toxic filmmaker, like here's the thing. I talked about this in another live stream, and this is something that might play out, and this is why I very strongly want to advise against getting into YouTube drama. There are television networks that want to come to YouTube, and they have enough money to use the advertising platform native to YouTube in order to make sure that their videos are on your feeds, right? Eventually, the first iteration of this is that first iteration of networks coming to YouTube, it's gonna suck. It's gonna be really bad. And what's gonna end up happening is they're gonna realize they can't speak the language of YouTube. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna see networks that are going to start acquiring creators, kind of the reverse situation of YouTube TV shows getting to Netflix. There's a show called Pop the Balloon that's a Netflix show, but it originally started as a YouTube channel. And Netflix bought the rights to it to be able to use it as a TV show. It's going to go the other way around. And they're going to start incorporating some of their content with other creators that are on the platform. In order to do that, though, similarly to how television and movies would take a portfolio or a Vimeo, and that's how agencies would acquire you, people that are making content for YouTube are going to acquire people that are making content on YouTube. if your most engaged content is being part of this drama thing, you're gonna get looked over. Um, and being part of that toxic community in the space is actually going to make the problems that you're having, that you're kind of having out of frustration, even worse. Because if one of the precursors to me making this kind of content to begin with is maybe a lack of work or maybe seeing somebody have opportunities I don't have, by perpetuating that, you're only going to dig the hole deeper. And brands have already been very open about this. It only makes that hole a little bit deeper. And then it's going to be even worse because the people that you're kind of disparaging are going to get the opportunities you're going to get passed up on because of the commitment to engaging and being part of the toxic community that is there. Um, it doesn't net anything for you. But to that point, a lot of people leave these environments because there's other things to do in video production that don't come with the toxicity that happens in the space. And as budgets get slashed, as jobs get smaller, as teams get smaller, that's only going to make people that do that offline or online. It's going to make it worse. It's going to make it way worse. While rooting on set, yeah. See, that's and what ends up happening. People come to YouTube because they want to avoid that, and then you find out over time you can make a lot more money and be a lot less stressed. Loud, screaming, hissy fits are so 20th century. uh, with Adapter Jason Moda made a video on it. You can use all your Sony lenses with photo autofocus and don't lose anything. It's awesome. I think Cam did too. There's no reason for a grown person to be yelling at another grown person in public. Heck nah. And like I hit back. I don't fight dirty either. I don't like that. I really don't. If you want to rub me the wrong, there's two things that get on my nerves is somebody talking down to me by screaming and yelling, and somebody misrepresenting my character. I don't like those two things. They're very, very annoying. Exactly. One of the biggest advantages of running your own business that you can choose who not to work with. Nobody needs to be talked like that. Nobody, literally. Does the autofocus work when you use the adapter on the Nikon Sony lenses? Yes. I think I answered that. Okay, Tim got the AC kit. From a Canon shooter / content creator, Nikon did something special with this camera. I don't know if they did it on purpose or they got lucky when Nikon did and what Sony did 4 years ago. Yeah. That's a big endorsement from someone who mostly shoots on Canon, but I agree with that. I feel like the ZR being used as more as an EC travel camera. Yeah, it will be until somebody puts on a Hollywood set. And that's what, hey, you're gonna be real surprised when that starts happening. I've got the Samyang City set. I don't see much point to upgrading unless I want extra cine lenses. The GZO film thoughts. I've not used a Samyang, so it's hard for me to give you an idea of which, um, if it's worth upgrading. I don't know. I don't have a basis to buy the base off of. What's your opinion on the C? Sorry, I'm skipping a couple things just because I feel like they're not talking to me. Um, what's your opinion about the C50 and Canon's business choice? I think they should open the mount. To be honest with you, I think you know what? Maybe not. Maybe they could leave the mount closed a little bit just to give their lenses enough time to get acquired by their consumers because it's going to have built-in IS. And it seems like first party lenses, except for like Lumix, I think, and Nikon, will have limits if you buy cameras. You can't buy the lens from a third party. For example, frame rates are limited if you use Sony lenses from third parties. Maybe IS isn't going to be present in the RF mount when you use it from third parties. But I don't mind it because a lot of people buy native lenses, at least the zoom lenses. But I do think eventually they should open the mount. Actually, I think if they open the mount, it actually would do them a lot of good in terms of acquiring market share. Which, like, to be fair, they already have top market share, but like has been hotel. What happened? I missed what VN was saying. Yeah, sorry, I lost one talking about every shit. Yeah, it was crazy. I have to run dinner time. Yeah, I got to run too, bro. It's been like I've been on for 4 hours. That's wild. Well said, Kofi. All the content I make is trying to be useful to myself 5 years ago. Yes, exactly what John Wills just said. Make content for who you were 5 years ago, because nobody can fight with that guy. But also, like, it's just good content, and there's a lot of people that were you 5 years ago. 5 years ago, and help others get started and promote a good community of people. I don't want drama and negativity. I'm telling you this right now as somebody who gets thrown into it sometimes for no reason. I don't want it either. Yeah, I'm in the route of making more filmmaking tech content on social media. I'm trying to just connect with people. All of us are. And here's the thing, you're gonna realize that there are so many other people outside of like the filmmaking world that love cameras. It's actually kind of cool. Like I've connected with a lot of people that aren't like filmmakers or pros in the space that really like I met one dude that has a bodybuilding podcast who has a full set of Blaze Arcado lenses just cuz. Um Sam Sillock followed me, Jason, and Terry like a little while ago, and like we see him using the stuff that we're talking about in our channels. Like I've never seen so many Mofaj Pocos and fitness influencers in my life. It's cool. Agency work isn't great. They expect you to stay for hours after wrap time on the call sheet without paying extra. Try to get you to not eat lunch. Keep filming. Add new footage out of nowhere. And yep. Again, these are the reason why I'm hearing a lot of this stuff seems a lot like the reason why a lot of us went to YouTube, because when you find out that you can make just as much and not have to deal with that stuff, it actually almost becomes financially irresponsible to not take that up. I think the ZR has so much room for meaningful expansion, mostly exposure tools. It'll be interesting to see the goalposts on Nikons. Yeah, I think that's the reason why a lot of people are really excited, is that like this is the V1 firmware. This is the first thing. Like there's a lot to be had there. I'm gonna answer a couple more of these before I go. ZR is kind of an odd first go between the Nikon and Red. It's cool for sure, but unlike anything else by either company in a strange, limited feeling way. I'm gonna revisit that in 8 months. No, in a year and a half. I don't know. I think the conversation. For me personally, it's going to go the same way as the S9, where I think initially, because it was kind of novel, a lot of people were kind of against it, and then a year and a half later, there's a lot of love for the S9. I think the ZR is going to go the same way, even though it's already really well received now. Thinking of tips, I have a lot of editing finish. I was just sticking my head up for a little bit. Yeah, I didn't mean to keep you too long, Jeff. Congrats on the channel, bro. I'm going to go as well. I'm going to kind of wrap things up. I missed it 3 hours late. Are you upgrading? And what do you think about the ZR and Z50? I probably am going to get the ZR, not because I need it for any sort of professional workflow, but because I want to make more content on it personally. And I kind of like the idea of maybe talking about cheaper cameras and kind of exploring that again, just like I did with the FX30. And also making a course on it. Like I talked about this before. I choose not to freelance as much, and because I enjoy making content, to be honest. And also, like financially, it's a lot more freeing than having to wait for jobs to come up, especially in this industry as it is now. So it's going to be more for you than it is for me. But yeah, I'm probably going to get a ZR. YouTube is where all the mofo pokers in the world go for vacation. I'm too fat. Yeah, you are 2.5. You're like 4 hours behind, man. I might order the Sirui 1.5 anamorphic lenses on Kickstarter and prep for the night. Ooh, the Iron Star. I use those on a short film. They're really cool. I'm out. Hey, loud and clear. Have a good one, bro. Cognition. There we go. Agree about the agency work, or they expect you to set dress on top of that, and you pack the entire apartment with it. Yeah. This all sounds like a lot of things that I had to deal with, and I decided to go to YouTube and not turn back. But also, there's a lot of opportunities in video right now, man. I think a lot of people are thinking of it from a very traditional standpoint. I mentioned this earlier. I worked on YouTube channels where I was getting paid as if I was working an agency job. And a lot of these people, what's going to end up happening eventually is a lot of your favorite YouTubers are going to end up being employers of some of the filmmaking workers. And it's going to be a much better environment. So it's a thing to keep in mind, is to keep it positive, keep in touch, keep community, especially in times like this. Like, I would love to be able to employ a crew of people that are subscribers on the channel. And like Brendan he was here earlier. I hire him a lot. So yeah, you don't necessarily have to do you don't have to accept verbal abuse in order to make it in the industry anymore. And I think that's something that I think a lot of people can see value in. Condo was great, bro. Really chill. There was no product releases. They told us nothing. We ate and drank, and clearly I drank way too much. I could like see it in my face. Like it's gotten like puffier, and I never break out, and I can see it, and it's kind of getting on my nerves, and I got to get back on the horse, but you know, you move. While back to being a YouTuber was looked down on Freddie Wong. However, now huge celebrities, Will Smith, are on YouTube now. Yes. And you know what's going to happen, and it's already happened, is some of these celebrities are collaborating with some of these content creators, Jordan the Stallion being one of the biggest ones. That man has had Halle Berry in his bathroom. lucky bastard. That man has had Method Man collab with him multiple times. He collabed with Kevin Hart, and that's all because he just tells stories from his bathroom mirror. So, man, how was in hotel was a YouTube thing, but Amazon. Oh, so I bet how was in hotel was a YouTube thing. Picked it up for a season. Then it will go back to YouTube. India's Peak. Sorry, has been hotel. Yes, absolutely. That's exactly what it is. That is what's going to happen, I think. Go back, grab some mode, go streaming. Yeah, I haven't eaten yet either. I'm gonna go like now. I'm gonna kind of read the rest of these and I'm out of here. Um, man, Apple iPhone was open gate wrong camera. We're spoiled these days. Just choose your cam and enjoy it. No need for debates. Yeah, I mean you can still debate. There's no need for personal attacks attached to those debates. I think that's what we're all trying to say here. Hey, Ranger 7, keep on keeping on, man. Thanks for coming out. I'm available for Fire Kofi. Would love to work with you. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna get my skill set up there. That like, I would love to be the person on YouTube that has a reputation for hiring other people that are subscribers and it being a good environment all the time. Some of you guys have worked with me, and if you know, you know. But yeah, that'd be dope. Very positive, bro. Keep up the good work and be in the community. Anytime, Cognition, man. I will be putting the Discord up as soon as I get this on the replay. I ordered the DZO Arls Lusters. Cannot wait. Did you get to try them? Thoughts? I didn't. I haven't tried the Lusters yet. I've tried the Arls. I have the Vespa 2s over there. I haven't done the Arls yet, but I will. Hey, Larry, thanks for coming through. And Lorio, thanks for coming through. Okay, I'm going to wrap up the stream. I'm out of here. It's been 4 hours and 5 minutes. I am never doing that again. But we went sun up to sundown, and we got to talk about a lot of stuff. ZR video should happen by the end of the day tomorrow. I'm going to make it a priority. It's going to get done, and you're going to be able to see some side-by-sides and just me yapping about the camera as well. VN, don't you ever. Actually, no. Ew, Demon Slayer is worse than solo leveling. Don't. What kind of? No. Absolutely no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. How dare you? Hey, David, anytime, man. Alorio, thanks for never missing a stream. Actually, hey, someone got to talk to Giovanni. He missed one. He slipped up. I'm just playing. All right, guys. I'll see you in the next one.